Welcome to the December 11th, 2025 meeting of Glendale's Charter Review Committee.
All right, thanks everybody for your patience as we sorted through some technical difficulties. Can we get a roll call, please?
Committee members Durham,
Here.
Flower,
Here.
Caribbean,
Here.
Hartunian, Karapetian,
Here.
Menisarian, Meek,
Here.
Megardician, Miller,
Here.
Povolitis, Smith,
Here.
you.
Next item on the agenda, report of the recording secretary.
The agenda for the December 11th, 2025 Charter Review Committee meeting was posted on December 8th, 2025 before 5:30 p.m. on the bulletin board outside of City Hall.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is oral communications. I understand. Are we up and be able to take calls at this point?
We are, yes.
Okay, so we'll just proceed as we normally do. Discussion at this time is limited to items that are not part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. The committee may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The committee lead may refer the matter to staff for investigation and report. Do we have any speakers?
Here we have 3 speakers in the audience.
Right.
Edgman Hakopian.
Good evening. My name is Ejmin Hakobian, and I want to defer my time to Mr. Milano.
That'll be all right.
Herbert Milano.
Thank you. Members of the Charter Review Committee, I believe that very few instances in your lives are you going to be in a position to have a major impact on governance like you do today and in the few days that you will have coming as you make decisions. I cannot stress enough how truly important it is the things that you do with the city charter. Because Glendale is a city that is in deep, deep trouble in many areas. We already received about 3 years ago, an evaluation from the state auditor that we were at the bottom 15% financially. And 2 days ago, we received financials that highlight just how precarious the situation is in Glendale financially going forward. This is not something that you can ignore as part of the charter, and you may think that it doesn't pertain to you, and it does, because this charter review committee can propose to the city council, even though they may deny it, to have a really viable and strong audit committee that meets every month and that has subpoena power, right? That has fully, truly independence, because that committee is useless. It's a performance only. And it's part of the reason why we are in trouble. They don't review contracts. They don't review the request for proposals. I presented the list, I gave them to you. It's not taking place, let alone review, the payroll totals as they've been increasing throughout the years. And it is the same situation with the civil service. I made a presentation and they basically scoff at the idea that nepotism is okay, it's allowable. It isn't. By any means, for any economist, any book, and you have an opportunity to instill that. And then there's the recklessness with regard to annually, year after year, exceeding our total appropriations, putting us into debt to such an extent that our next generations are going to be feeling the burden of that debt. So we have a council that is reckless with our finances. And if we don't put the right people in place, you need controls. The city needs controls, and the controls are done at the charter level. I have a presentation and a video, if you can actually show it for me, please. This is just a summary from the data that was presented on Tuesday, but that does not give you the essence of how bad the situation is. This is a 20-year gap. In 2005, we had 71,000 dwellings. Now we have a little bit more, it's a 3% increase. Next slide. The income per household has increased. It hasn't even been increasing at the rate of inflation. Your median household income barely keeps up with inflation in Glendale. Next slide. Total appropriations, 95% increase, right? Compared to inflation, 66. Next slide. Glendale key indicators, poverty rate 10%, unemployment rate 6.4. These numbers matter. These numbers, when you prepare a budget, somehow they have to have meaning. Totally ignored. Next. Inflation for last year was 3% in LA County, but we increased our fees by 10%. We increased the utility usage tax by 14%. It's almost like there's no connection between what happens with a budget proposal and what the reality is on the ground with regard to, can people afford these increases? And the answer is no, they can't. Go to the next one. City's debt. You know, we went from this is from pension, unfunded pension, not the whole pension, the unfunded portion and debt went from 870 million to 1.2 billion. So the debt is increasing, right? Keep going to the next one, please. Yearly payment to CalPERS. This should be a shock to anyone. We went from $9.8 million that we paid total, paid to CalPERS, to $107 million. 991% increase in CalPERS payments. That's what the chunk of money that is being sucked out of the general fund and the enterprise fund, and it doesn't allow the city to have the funds necessary to put it into capital improvements. This is financial recklessness. Go to the next one. So we have, actually, this data I just updated, the population actually barely increased in the last 20 years, right? You compare 20-year gap, but payments to CalPERS, 995%. It is up to, if you don't put these controls in the charter, whether the amount of increases, the amount of debt limits, this controls non-nepotism, right? A strong audit committee is what is needed to control those numbers. And someone might say, well, you can propose it to the city council and they could decide to discount it and negate it. But then we have them on record during the election. You can propose it. You lose nothing by doing it. But this city is reckless when it comes to its pay, it's reckless when it comes to its benefits, it's reckless with regard to from year to year, always scrambling to figure out how we're going to actually create a budget that is balanced. And in the meantime, we have a population that cannot afford it. That's the problem. And there's this immense desire to put more and more property out there so you can draw the property tax. But if you were to take every increase in property tax and every increase in sales tax for the past 20 years, is insufficient to meet the demands of two organizations, the Glendale Police Officers Association and the Glendale Firefighters Association. They suck everything completely year after year. Where do they put the controls in place if they need the endorsement from these two organizations? It's got to come from here. It's got to come from you guys. I can submit to you how the documents that you need in order to at least propose it. And if the city council decides to deny it, at least you would know that item by item, they don't want any of these controls. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for
Chair,
the
our
next
third
speaker?
comment was for item 7A. They changed it.
Okay. Is there anybody on the phone?
No.
All right. That takes us to approval of minutes. These are the minutes for the meeting of November 6th. Does anybody have any changes, corrections? If not, a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
2 abstentions. Rachel and Ani. All right, that passes. Item 5 is staff comments. Are there any staff comments at this time?
No, sir.
Thank you. Okay, to business. Items 6A and B, both related to the civil service provisions in the charter. 6A is review of proposed charter language with alternatives regarding civil service system provisions, the rule of 3, length of probationary period, eligibility list duration, promotional reallocation process, bumping rules during layoffs, and duration of layoff and reinstatement lists. Do we have a staff report?
We do. Thank you very much, Chair and members of the Charter Committee. During our last 2 meetings, we've discussed the various provisions that were just read into the record. At our last meeting, the direction from the committee was for staff to bring forward red line language for the committee to consider. You have that now before you. There was also direction to extend an invitation to the bargaining units. We have also done that, and we have 3 representatives here as well. And so we're here to answer any questions that you may have about these.
We've all had the draft language to review. Thank you to the staff for providing that a little bit ahead of schedule than as we requested. I suppose we can kind of take these in pieces. Before we do so, does anybody have any alternative ideas, or anybody like to hear from the representatives of the bargaining groups that are here on these points?
I'd like to hear from the representatives.
Okay. Would any of those representatives care to address these issues? And, you know, at this time, we're really just considering the proposed changes that were in the packet. Okay, so we'll get the department head issue separately.
Good evening. My name is Sean Toro. I am the president of the GCEA, and I stand here with my colleagues, and collectively we've read through the red lines. You've seen, I believe you've seen kind of some of the draft comments that we started with, but we appreciate HR bringing us in on this, and it's been a really informative process. So you've seen the first round of comments. I will, yield to my colleagues, and we'll kind of each address things one by one.
Good evening. My name is Pete Robinson. I'm a lieutenant with Glendale PD. I'm the vice president of the Glendale Management Association Board of Directors. President could not be here tonight. I've also been asked to apologize on behalf of the Glendale Police Officers Association President Mike Wenz, who is home with something that we didn't want him to bring here. I certainly don't want it. But we're in agreement on some items, so I came here to kind of speak on his behalf. I want to start by saying in no way are the unions trying to be obstructionists to the process. We understand working with HR that it's important to modernize language and streamline processes and make sure that HR can do the things they need to do to keep the city functioning. The bargaining groups have some collective concerns. We also have some things we're in agreement with. We also have some hangups on some of the language that's been proposed. So one of the issues we're running into is that we met with HR on Monday. They were very transparent with us, answered questions for us. But we've had 3 days since that meeting to talk to legal counsel a little bit, talk to the rest of our boards of directors, and talk to our membership. And it hasn't been enough time for us to really get our ideas on paper and present something to the committee that we're comfortable with, because some of these changes will persist for decades. We want to make sure that we're giving you all the information and giving you a polished opinion. So I'm going to let Ara Zakarian speak a little bit, and ultimately we're going to ask that the committee allow us to present you with written comment prior to the January meeting that lays out all of our positions and perhaps some proposed language that helps mitigate some of the concerns that our membership has. But I'll let Ara finish up.
Good evening, everyone. To the committee members here and staff, number one, I'd like to thank all of you for being here. I don't think we say that enough to the people who do provide their own time to be here to provide and protect the future of the city of Glendale. So thank you very much. My name is Ara Zakarian, president of the Glendale Firefighters Association and also a fire captain here. Really what it comes down to with the labor groups, with the firefighters and all city employees is some of these changes are going to impact the employees and their families at home. In addition, we always say all of us collectively are here today not to make the changes for today. We're here to make the changes for the future, 10, 20 years from now. And so that's what we're looking at. As we dissected or tried to dissect a little bit of the proposed language, our hangups, our reservations are really trying to illustrate that we do want to keep a merit-based system. That's just a simple example. To us, that's important because for public safety, we are dealing with lives. We're dealing with our brothers and sisters on the line out there on the force. So some of these changes might impact those. So I ask you to please be open-minded to some of the changes and some of the conversations we might have. So I thank you for that. In addition to that, some of the time that we need is to consult with our counsel, our legal teams, and our board members as well. We all go back to our board. The reason why our labor groups have been successful and why the city has been so successful is because we do not operate in a silo. We do not operate as a vacuum. We are all born bred team players. As firefighters, as city employees, as police officers. So I ask you to be patient with us. We are definitely not as smart as you guys are in this room. So thank you for that. Other than that, we are here at your disposal. We are here as a team on your side, and we are willing to have those conversations and be able to help all of us navigate through the modernization of this, because I do agree it is long overdue. So thank you for that.
All right. Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Do any members of the committee have any specific questions of the representatives at this time? Okay. I guess, no, go ahead.
Just one, do you have any positions on any of this, or are you asking that we defer this for a month in order for you to develop that?
Go ahead.
The document that you saw is kind of like I said, the first round. It has some reservations, but also hopefully some solutions or some comments to it. But collectively, we like to work together, like Ara mentioned, not in a vacuum, so that we all see each other's documents, we collaborate, and then we're not bringing you 3 documents with many of the same items. So I think right now we were just trying to get you the first draft. We're asking for some more time so that by the January meeting, you should have a polished document that vets out any repetitive language.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, members of the committee, just so he was referring to a document that I handed, so if you haven't had a chance to review that previously, that's something that you can talk about and certainly ask questions, and then if you want to have some initial dialogue, you can, or you can just continue it until the fall.
I honestly haven't had a chance to look at your submittal. So,
understandable.
I would need time to digest it. Does anybody have any questions about their specific? And I understand this is only preliminary.
Right.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
I do.
You also understand that we're not the final
100%,
say either.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
I do have one question. It's related to the expansion of the eligible list. Could you say a little bit about preliminarily, can you re-explain that again, what it's like in the lived experience? So the proposed language and what you have now.
Yeah, are we referring to the eligibility list and the rule of threes?
So it's number 1. Yeah, number 2 is the rule of 3, but it's specific for how long it remains in effect is my question.
I understand.
Would like to understand that.
Yeah, so one of the reservations in alternative, I believe it was alternative 1 or alternative 2, it was that we were attempting to strike through the I think it has to be good. The list has to be good for at least 1 year, but there was no ceiling on it. There was a bottom, but there wasn't a ceiling. So if that ceiling doesn't exist, we want to make sure that, is a list going to be good for 5 years, which we don't want, which and I'll be honest, I was born and raised in the city. I am a Glendale kid, born and raised. And so if a list is good for 5 years, are we getting the best employee to serve the city of Glendale in any capacity? That's the question that was brought up. And so really it's that we would want to really provide that ceiling. And the ceiling right now, I believe with HR staff here is 2 years. And we believe that 2 years is good because it continues to refresh and it continues to keep the HR staff and the division heads going on hiring and keeping up and updating those lists to continue getting the best employees.
So 1 year on the floor level, 2 years on the top, right?
Yes, ma'am. As of right now, I stand with my colleagues. I don't want to speak for everybody, but that was our initial preliminary discussion that we had with labor groups, is we would like to see that ceiling come back.
Right. And please know, I recognize any of your responses are preliminary. I've heard that you want to speak to people. I just wanted to have some idea as we go back and read this again.
Thank you, ma'am.
As well. Thanks.
Really appreciate your thoughts on this because it's important. I was wondering if it's possible, and I know it's extra work, but to explain why you want to keep certain things or change it, just so we understand where you're coming from there. And I wonder if we can request the same from HR as well, just so we can compare the two.
Any particular item you're asking
No,
about?
when you come back, if you're coming back, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's kind of the idea, is to give us some time to break everything down, like, hey, this particular item, this is our understanding from talking to HR, these are our concerns, this is maybe some proposed language that might be a compromise or help serve the purpose they're looking for, but also mitigate some of the concerns of our membership.
Okay.
But absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Paul.
Couple things. So I definitely do want to have some more time to review this and make sure we get a polished response from the groups. At the last meeting, I was one of the people who really wanted to hear from the groups. There is, I mean, I myself haven't had enough time to go through everything. There is one thing in Article 4 that I saw that I had some trouble with or just couldn't get behind, which was at least understand removing the civil service protection for all department heads. So, you know.
We're
okay.
reserving that for now, because that's a new topic.
I saw it as a red line, so I figured that was what we were talking about.
It is. We were given red lines, but for the agenda, there's the discussion.
Well, that's why you're driving and I'm not. So, so we'll save that question for later, because I was hoping to get some insight so that I can mull it over.
Yeah,
and I'll hold
that's
till
a new
then.
topic for us
All
this
right.
evening. So
Sounds good. Thank you.
We'll stay. Thank you, sir.
Do you any other questions while we're? Okay. Okay.
I got one when you make sure everybody else.
Carl?
Then I just have one, and I haven't had a chance to go through your document, and I'm happy, I'll be one that would support having the time, because I want you to get a polished product that we can, if we're going to do this, let's try to get it as right as we can to move it forward and make sure we've incorporated all the perspectives. But it looks like there were a couple of concerns on probationary period, so at least maybe an initial reaction to, if civil service was granted the ability to have a probation, either total time or a stated time on a job bulletin, and then HR would have the ability to extend it, so if you have that employee, you can save it, but the max is 18 months. Is that comfortable for you, or are you not at that point yet?
Yeah.
I think those are a little
Yeah,
bit separate.
that's more towards our, let me refresh myself, I'm sorry. We were number.
Next start.
What's that? Go ahead, absolutely.
So, sir, to answer that question, as much as I don't want to separate labor groups here, but I do believe some public safety carve out on that is necessary, only because I do understand that extending a probationary period for a city employee that has a job classification that may not impact other people's lives, I do agree with that 100%. However, doing this job myself and the lieutenant behind me, we have seen police officers and firefighters come and go. It's with my opinion is being a part of the training academies, seeing firefighters, training firefighters. A lot of times at the 12-month mark, if a firefighter isn't up to that standard, it's going to be hard to get them up to standard at 18 months. And the last thing I want is for any of my family members, your family members, or any family members here, for them to be gambled on, right? If I know a firefighter can't show up and pull somebody out of a burning building or climb a hill to put the fire out behind any of our properties, I don't think if they can't do it at 12, they're probably not going to be able to do it at 18. So yes, I do agree with the extension to some extent, but if we can make a carve out so that way we're not impacting lives negatively, that's my suggestion. But I'm not going to speak on the other on behalf of the other groups.
And I guess where I'm coming from is because it could be other positions. So like a city manager, hypothetically, maybe wants to do an 18-month probationary period for a department head, as opposed to 12.
My first answer is that's above my pay grade, sir.
I'm not putting you on the spot to answer that, but to allow them the flexibility to look at the complexities of a position, the experiences that somebody might need to go through to make sure that they are going to fit into that position, to give some latitude to set a probationary period. And at least I guess where I was thinking is it's like going, in other words, civil service could approve 12 months for a firefighter and could say that's it. It could also allow for an extension if HR goes to it theoretically and says, hey, under these particular circumstances, we think this would be a good individual case. Is that too much? You're saying that's too much latitude, or you think that's too much latitude
For a division head,
for a division head in conjunction with HR and civil service?
I think I haven't given that thought on the surface. I believe for a division head, it's possible to extend probation. I believe so. I believe that it not only protects the city, it also protects the labor group. As somebody who has been through some of those challenges in the last few years, I do think creating that probationary period is still a good safeguard. But again, that comes with whether or not, like the next item you guys were going to speak on, whether they continue to have those civil service protections or not. So I think those are tied in. So, I'd need some more time to dissect that, sir. I apologize.
If I may comment on that, and for the GCEA, basically was the language, the extraordinary circumstances. Defining those, I think, is what we're looking at. Again, what is fair for one may not be fair for the other, or vice versa. So I think if we can better define what an extraordinary circumstance is, usually that tends to be, FMLA leave or something or some sort of leave that has happened. An extraordinary circumstance allows them to continue. We're not fire, life, and safety. We're nowhere near that exciting, but we definitely have situations that come up with health, family, et cetera. So we just want to better define those terms.
Thank you. All right. I think you all can have a seat. And
If I may recognize, just for 15 seconds, the HR staff that you guys have been working alongside with has just crushed it. They have done an outstanding job. They have been transparent, communicative. They've been team players all along. So I'd like to recognize Paula Adams and her team, along with the city attorney's office and their team as well. They've been nothing but great and very supportive of you and the employees all around. So thank you.
Appreciate you saying that. Okay, so it's back to us. My thought is to go through each of these rules. We can look at the proposed language and see if there's any sort of consensus building on those points. So looking at the red line we were provided of Article 24, and the first issue that comes up is under Section 2, Paragraph 4. We were provided with two different alternatives with regard to the eligibility lists. As I read the first one, this basically takes the length of the eligibility list, both the floor and the ceiling, out of the charter and gives that authority to the commission to work out through the rules. And if I understand this correctly, the commission, when they may recommend a rule, but the rule ultimately has to be approved by the council, correct? So there's at least a two-step process, and then the bargaining groups would be involved in that as well, I imagine.
Yes. I do want to say that we, just to make reading this a little bit
you've got
easier,
it?
we've got it in maybe a slightly bigger font, and it'll play up here on the screen as well. I do want to acknowledge the Civil Service Commission and the commissioners. We've also kept them informed. And on a couple of these, you'll see the draft language in alternatives. And that's because we received comments from one commissioner. And so we thought it would be important for you to see the different variations. And so that's why you'll have certain ones of these that will have them in the alternative. Others where we didn't have comments, you've just got the single option there.
Okay, thank you. So we have the two alternatives regarding the eligibility list to consider, and these aren't the only two things we necessarily can consider on this point. But again, the first alternative, as I see it, basically defers to the commission with approval of council to figure out what those eligibility lists, how long they should last. The second one removes the ceiling of not longer than 2 years, but leaves the floor of not less than 1. And then we heard from some of the bargaining groups that they would prefer to keep both a floor and a ceiling. And if I heard correctly, you said potentially up to 5?
I was stating if it was 5, then that wouldn't be good.
Okay.
We would like to see that.
Okay, so no change. Okay. Thoughts, questions?
I think the question's really about discretion and how much discretion we want to, or is advisable for the commission to have. And I need to ponder this, and I really think we need to get some more detailed feedback on the practical implications of it, because I think, for example, having a defined, 1 year, 2 year period, in my mind, it's a good guardrail. It's difficult to define what circumstances are. It's completely discretionary, and so that's my issue with this. I don't have a decision on it yet, but it feels too loose.
Just one point in response. There is some discretion already within the 1 to 2 years in the current charter. Is that
Understood.
correct?
Yeah.
Reading that correctly? So there is some discretion already in the charter. It's just bounded. So the question is, should the charter remove those bounds and just leave the discretion in place and they can decide? So I'm just going to go around and start calling on people. Do you have any thoughts on this, Denise?
So my comments are similar to Mr. Kapekian's. I do need more information. It would be helpful to hear from someone on the Civil Service Commission about what sort of discretion they need. I don't want to use the word, well, I'm going to. I don't intend it to be about effectiveness, because I know they're effective. But if there's operationally something that's not working in the language, I want to understand that, because where I'm at today, I still think the charter language needs guardrails, just like Mr. Kapekian called out, the 1 to 2. So I tend to line up more that way, but I'm prepared to stay open to this. I just don't have enough information today.
So would you like to ask the staff if they have some thoughts on that question then, since they're our resource for that sort of information?
Do you have any comments to back to me upon hearing some of my reservations, Ms. Adams?
Yes, I understand your reservations. We've not invited any civil service commissioners to attend this meeting to speak. We have encouraged them to tune in remotely and offer us their feedback. When we're talking about the eligibility list, it's not as applicable, the challenges are not as applicable to sworn personnel as they are to civilians, because there's already a mechanism within the rules where we can ask the Civil Service Commission to reduce the length of the list, but we must ask before we give the examination and afford the bargaining groups an opportunity to weigh in on that up front. So we don't know who the candidates are. We make the question first, and the commission will debate that. For civilians, it doesn't quite work the same. And the concern with civilians is that we may only have one opening at a time. Normally in public service, they have a group of positions that they want to fill. But on the civilian side, normally it's one, maybe two. And then you have people who compete in the examination process. They remain on the list for a long period of time. And by the time you get another vacancy, that applicant is actually stale. So reducing the length for civilian jobs would be a problem that we would want to further address. So that's the feedback that I have.
Ms. Adams, if I may, Chair?
Please.
In one of the red lines we have, it suggests removing the 2-year cap, leaving the floor, removing the cap. Can you explain the practical benefit of doing that?
Well, it would force the HR department in collaboration with department heads and our unions to determine up front what length of time we collectively believe is good for different jobs. I would say for IT jobs, project management jobs, the length of those lists would probably be shorter in duration because skills and abilities and knowledge change so rapidly. But for an administrative assistant, for example, 2 years or 3 perhaps could work. So not having a ceiling doesn't mean that we wouldn't have to promulgate to the Civil Service Commission when we announce a job what we believe the ceiling should be. It would just give us flexibility to change those for the different job classifications, not just having one standard for everything.
But as I understand it, the current the ceiling doesn't have to be 2 years. It could be 18 months, right? It can be less than 2 years.
Not without seeking permission
Permission from the commission?
from the Civil Service Commission.
But if we got rid of the 2 years, you'd still need to get permission, right? So either way, we're getting permission, if I'm understanding the process right. I'm probably not, but.
Right, either way, you would be getting permission, but the debate when we bring forth job announcements, bulletins, class specifications, it's more rich at the beginning than it is when you run into a situation where you're saying, now I want to reduce it. And the expectation going in was for a certain period of time.
So my instincts are that, the 2-year ceiling is fine because it gives you the flexibility to make it less than 2 years, if that makes sense, for that specific position. And I'm trying to think in this fast-paced world, how many jobs require it to be more than 2 years? I think that I'm having trouble understanding the benefit of removing the ceiling and then, for example, giving the latitude for the Civil Service Commission to decide, I'm going to have a 3-year ceiling. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around the benefit of that.
I understand. I think that we were trying to move into a system where we weren't asking for exceptions. We were stating our plan up front before we recruit for a job and not asking for an exception when we've already examined candidates who have an expectation of remaining on the list for a period of time. But I understand your point.
Denise?
Ms. Adams, as a follow-up to that, is it your experience, again, keeping in mind the thought process around having some guardrails written into the charter, but knowing in the interest of modernizing the language, what do you think about the comment that came up about carving out the difference between the sworn positions versus what did you call them, the civil?
Civilian.
Civilian. And secondly, I'll just do a follow-up question, then I'll be done. Do other charters, I guess this is for legal, do other charters distinguish between sworn and civilian in that way and at least put guidelines around it?
I am 100% in favor of a carve-out for sworn personnel and civilians. Oftentimes, they do not operate the same. In all of the public safety organizations that I've engaged with, they are truly accustomed to an order of things. So candidate 1, candidate 2, candidate 3, and folks being promoted and considered in a specific order. So I think changing in a public safety environment, that process would be more challenging, and I truly do understand their concern. But on the civilian side, I think that to be modern, we need more flexibility built in. So having a carve-out would not be of any concern to me. I actually agree with it.
It'd be less a carve-out than a bifurcation, really. You just have two different tracks.
Yeah.
Well, carve-out sounds like we'd be creating like
Two different
Sounds like an
tracks.
exception. Yeah.
rather than really these, there are apples and there's oranges in this case.
So given, given that input that you've given, Ms. Adams, can you just identify where you might go on timeframes for civilian versus where you might go on timeframes for sworn? Just to give us something to think about in the next month.
Well, the length of the list for sworn would remain unchanged. The process would still remain that if, for example, the chief of police were to desire that the sergeant list remain in effect for 6 months, that there is a process where we can go to the Civil Service Commission up front and ask for that. So I would say that that process should not change at all. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question was?
And so then if that's your statement, so this language that's not redlined would stay for sworn, and then these options might be applied to civilian. Is that my takeaway?
Yes, that's correct.
I believe the alternative one is what we were contemplating. That's what you have up on the screen in making that determination so that the flexibility of the length of time would be established by the commission. But what I'm hearing you say is that your preference would be that that change be embedded in the charter.
Well, Mr. Flower, our chair, was going around the dais, and he got to two of us that see it more that way, so we should pause and let the rest of the commission speak.
We'll just start right here.
Yeah, so what does the alternative one, I mean, I'm apologize, not super familiar with the Civil Service Commission. Is it like a big burden on them to have to approve all these lists? Would they be doing it every meeting? It would be, because that seems like they could also cover the breakdown in sworn versus civilian if they just kind of hammer it all out rather than putting that language in each of these provisions.
I have not heard from the commission that that is burdensome upon them. And these are not requests that normally come up every month. When we were talking about these rule changes as a group, we were just thinking over the course of a year or two, some of the issues that we've encountered. And since this is an opportunity to modernize some of the language, we were using this opportunity to let our thoughts be known. But I have not heard from the Civil Service Commission that this is burdensome on them.
Thank you.
Also, it could either be addressed in a rule change where it could potentially be a wholesale rule change, or it could be addressed in the various classifications or in the bulletins. Was that what you were anticipating?
Job bulletins.
Yeah, the job bulletins. So there may be an opportunity to do it by way of introducing a rule amendment that would identify entire classifications. So there might be a different way to do that. But I do want to say that anytime there is a rule change or items that come before the Civil Service Commission, the bargaining units are always included in that process. So they also have an opportunity to weigh in either at the Civil Service Commission directly or ahead of time when they review the items that are coming before the commission. Rule changes would also, as was stated earlier, would require a two-step process. Also, there'd have to be a council approval as well.
I guess my top line thoughts is hearing it's very difficult to have one rule in the charter that would cover a police officer and an IT person. And so originally I was concerned about bringing everything to the commission. I don't know why. I didn't want to burden them. But it seems like with the versatility and with the unions able to weigh in and all this stuff, that it actually seems like it might cover a lot of what we're looking for with having these adaptable practices that modernize and protect these kind of specific cases. So yeah, I'm kind of growing warm on the Civil Service Commission.
Can I ask you a follow-up?
Please.
Thanks. Is your concern that if we create a bifurcated system, that we're creating more work for the commission than they already have?
No, actually the opposite. I feel like we'd have to create that bifurcation with almost every rule, and just like seeing that in there to cover these kind of different situations, I was almost like, oh, the Civil Service Commission could do that within rule changes.
See, they're already dealing with all these decisions. It's just a matter of how much discretion they have on the eligibility list. So if we bifurcate it, then
that gives them more discretion?
More discretion as to non-sworn.
I guess, but in alternative 1, there's no ceiling or floor, so they have ultimate
So that's more discretion.
Yes.
And that could apply to non-sworn.
Yes. That's
if you kept the current rule in place, they'd be doing the same function, but it would be when they get to sworn personnel, you have discretion, but it's between 1 year and 2 year.
Yeah, that I guess
So it doesn't really change how much work they're doing. It just
yes. The work thing was kind of a joke. Now knowing kind of how it operates, I guess I'm in favor of full discretion. I think even putting that 1 to 2 year limit could kind of be built within the Civil Service Commission's discretion. So I like the flexibility that alternative 1 gives.
Chair, can I ask a clarifying question on this language, alternative 1 that's in front of us? Implicitly, we're removing the rule of 3 in the red line. Is that because that's
right. We're right now. I'm just trying to get through the eligibility list question. So when you read through it, there's 2 different alternatives provided for Section 2, Paragraph 4. Two different versions. And then there are 2 different versions of Paragraph 6, which is where we get to the rule of 3.
So my clarifying question is that drafted, one is drafted contemplating we're removing that, the other one is drafted contemplating we're not?
I deem them to be independent issues for the moment, just the way we're considering alternatives.
We had discussed last time that there would potentially be a single ballot measure that would address all of the issues. So we would, while we're discussing them independently, at some point we'll have to look at them in its totality.
Yeah, so
I think his question is, right, if correct me if I'm wrong, is if this option assumes that you're going to take the rule of 3 out of the charter.
Mr. Garcia read my mind. We spent a lot of time together the last couple months. So yeah, so I think that the point is, just because we see this as a red line, it's really just for the sake of providing a cohesive red line. It doesn't at all mean that's what staff is recommending or what it is. Okay, thanks.
Alan, please.
I have a question. Keeps coming up in my mind. I don't know how the process works. For instance, on alternative 1, it's always stated, well, HR would be involved with the commission, so would the employee representation groups. But for instance, if alternative 1 was adopted, who has the final say if there isn't agreement between the commission and, say, the employee representatives?
The commission.
Okay. So they do have the power and the ability to override comments or objections by the representatives of the employee groups?
Right. The employee groups have an opportunity to address HR up front, address the commission at their meetings publicly, but the dialogue can be rich, but once the vote happens, the vote is by the commission, so they have the final say-so.
Thank you. I haven't decided, but I think bifurcation probably would make sense with respect to, fire and police, but without making a final decision right now.
From what I'm learning about this, it does seem that the commission, the Civil Service Commission, already has the authority to change I don't want to say the rules, to extend things for one group as opposed to another in terms of civilian or sworn personnel. Is that correct?
Right. On the, for sworn personnel, our long-standing practice is to let the commission know upfront what changes we want to make. And there's a rule that states that when a public safety job bulletin is going to be promulgated, that we bring it to the commission before we promulgate it. So that is in the rule, and we address things at the beginning. For civilians, it's by exception. So if we want to make an exception to the rule, a list is already established. And if a department head or HR has a reason for wanting to suspend the list, then we have to go state the reason for moving in a different direction. And it's by exception, it's after the fact.
Is that HR stating what the exceptions should be, or is that the civil service?
No, we make our presentation to the commission for their consideration. They ask any follow-up questions they have for HR, from the bargaining groups, from the department, and after receiving whatever answers we present, then they will take a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Annie?
Following up with Alan's question, if, say, the commission decides something that the union isn't completely for, do they have a chance to appeal to council?
I've never experienced
so.
that.
No. Okay. I think I'm leaning more towards at least 1 year option 2, only because as someone that's applying, this process is very lengthy. So waiting a year, knowing that you have that option is important as an applicant. So I would go for that one instead of fully just asking the commission to decide as an applicant.
Greg, can you switch the slide, please?
Annie, do you have anything else? All right. Rachel?
Still trying to understand this system because I'm not really familiar with it. So I have a couple of just clarifying questions. So when you say sworn officers, what does that cover? Like fire, police, and what else?
Fire and police.
Just those two.
Yes.
And having one eligibility lists in terms of time period for both, that makes sense. Like, let's say you don't need different lists for police and fire. Is that correct?
You need a list for each different job classification. So for police officer, one list. For firefighter, it's a different list.
Yeah, but like
But same time period.
I'm talking about the floor and ceiling, like 1 to 2 year. Is it okay for them to have the same floor and ceiling? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
For civilians, I'm still like unsure. So for IT person, if the commission get full authority, they go ask the HR go to the commission and ask, we want to hire IT person, and this is the floor and ceiling that we want for this position. Is that what the first alternative means?
Yes, the first alternative means that we would have the opportunity to do that, which you just described, if we so chose. I pulled out IT as an example because those skills change so rapidly.
So if you, for finance, right, you're going to ask for different floor and ceiling. So for each position, you need to go to the commission, ask for floor and ceiling different, depending on the position. That's what alternative 1 means.
Well, when you promulgate a job bulletin for civilian personnel, if you make no changes from one examination date to the other, you do not have to go back to the commission. You can simply announce it again because no changes have been made. But if you want to make a change, then that triggers going to the commission and asking for the change. And then with alternative one language, if it was approved, it would give us the flexibility to ask for different lengths of time depending upon the job classification if we so chose. It would just give us more flexibility around that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. In looking at the current language, and it's also there in alternative 2, if you want to bring that back up, it says the commission may cancel any list established from open examination which contains the names of not more than 3 persons whose names have been submitted for appointment. So that's if the list is getting stale. Is that right?
Fewer than 3.
You can't. So say you've got a list and it's a year and a half old, and it was established as a 2-year list, and that cancellation at that point, if you go through that process, you can cancel the list at that point and start over. I guess my question is, what does cancellation of the list mean?
If you establish a list, and on that list you have 5 people, and you hire from that list today, that list will continue to remain in effect for the next 2 years. And in the 18th month, there's a need again, and you go back to that list to hire someone else. At that point, you go to the person number 2, number 3, number 4, and all 3 of them have accepted a position somewhere else. So now you've just got 1 person left, or you've got 2 people left. At that point, we would go to the commission and ask to cancel the list. That's what that section means. Right.
Then my follow-up question to that is, how often does that happen? And is it more prevalent in civilian versus sworn positions?
Okay, so I've been with the city now for 3 years, maybe 9 times I've experienced that in 36 commission meetings. It doesn't happen all the time.
Okay. Would having shorter lists, say 6 months for some positions, would that relieve the number of times you have to go through the process of canceling a list?
I think so. I think that what we're attempting to do is to really collaborate more with the subject matter experts, the department heads, around how rapidly their work changes. And for HR analysts, for example, I'm not really married to the change, but there are some other disciplines where 6 months in, 9 months in, something has changed. They're looking for something different because the world is just moving so rapidly. So I think that's the thing that we were trying to address.
Follow-up question, if I may, Chair.
Don't mind. Just before I get to go last.
I get to go last.
You've already gone.
No, I haven't.
You haven't?
I don't ask the question.
Okay. You get to go last. Okay. Now I've forgotten my question. But I guess, is there any concerns or were there any objections at the staff level with the idea of bifurcating between sworn and non-sworn?
No.
No. And it wouldn't add to your workload. It would just give you more flexibility as to non-sworn positions with those eligibility lists.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Denise, you want to go? I'm just kidding, Carl.
No, actually, go ahead.
No, it's Carl's turn. It's Carl's turn.
Actually, go ahead, because then I'll just put it all in one piece.
All I want to ask, as a follow-up to the process you went through on the language that is in Alternative 2, that 9 times in your 3 years you've gone back to the commission, the way the language is written hasn't prohibited you from getting that list. What you just operationally spoke about cancellation has not been a barrier. You've just had to go to the commission. It's just an extra step.
It has not been a barrier. That is correct. What has happened, though, in my mind, is that when you're an applicant for a job, you have an expectation around a certain length of time. And then when we ask to reduce it, while the commission may approve it, the applicant has just learned new information that they didn't have at the beginning of the process.
More fair to the employee,
To those applying for the job, right?
prospective.
Right.
Carl, bring us home.
All right, just a couple of comments, and maybe some of it philosophical. As said, I think if we were writing a charter today, it probably wouldn't look like what we have right now. But the path forward is sometimes determined by the path you've been on, because when you start making changes, you have to do some things incrementally. I just wanted to echo the comments that you and your staff have done an excellent job of presenting this and thinking it through into that. The second comment is, before we make a final decision, I really do want to hear from the associations, to see them collaborate and try to get this all and to get their thoughts together so that we can maybe hear one unified voice of what their perspective is. Whether we ultimately agree with it or not, I think is a good thing. And I think it's important because we want to get this as right as we can going forward. When it comes to this particular item on eligible list, I probably lean more toward alternative one. But philosophically, I think where I'm coming from, whether it's probationary periods or the eligible list, is the term needs to be stated up front. We should not be going, in my opinion, you should not be going back to civil service when we had a one-year list, hypothetically, and then saying, hey, except in the case when there's less than 3 names, that we want to cancel the list or we want to change it. And so I think giving some flexibility, some flexibility, especially on the lower end, to deal with the things where maybe a 6-month list actually is appropriate for a job position, but then looking at some other ones where it's like the investment that you make in the testing process, and going back to my, prior life, when you're doing backgrounds, it's like you need those lists to last longer. But having that flexibility, and I think a Civil Service Commission can kind of do that. So I lean toward alternative one. As I said, I need to mull over whether there should be an upper limit of going, hey, you can do what you want as long as it doesn't exceed 2 years or some magic number. And I said that may be because the path that we've been on may guide sort of where we land on this next iteration of the charter. But I like the idea overall of giving flexibility, assuming it's stated up front. So if you're going to do a 6-month list, everybody who's testing knows it's a 6-month list or a 12-month list. Said in my old life, it's like I was told they had to be 2 years, and it's like that wasn't always ideal. So I think that flexibility. I guess the last thing is I think a bifurcated system is going to be necessary and important. I think when it comes to public safety, because these changes not only are they words on a paper, but and one of the reasons, at least I want to hear from the bargaining groups before we make the decision, is it does impact the culture of the organization, and it impacts everybody who works here and how they feel about the organization and where they're going. So I think before we make those decisions, we really owe it to hear from them. But I guess I'll look over there and go, but we really need to hear it in January, because our time frame is kind of limited. So in order to kind of bring this to a conclusion, we really do need to hear it. But as I said, I think more flexibility is better.
I have a quick question. So did we hear anybody from the civilian union about alternative one, what their thoughts are?
We've gotten some preliminary thoughts that they want to flush out a little bit more from the GCEA, but when they approached the podium, they asked for more time to collaborate on that. But as a preliminary matter, the GCEA has said to retain a clear minimum and a clear maximum duration in the charter. So that's how they feel today. And 1 to 2 years is what they're proposing.
What does GCA stands for?
Glendale City Employees Association.
Those are non-sworn.
Those are non-sworn personnel.
We're not going to settle this tonight, are we? Shaking. Okay. I understand that, and we're still getting new information. I appreciate it, but I want to strongly echo, if not drown out, Carl's impetus that we have a job to do and we have to make some decisions. So coming each time and saying that we need more information, I respect it. I am as new to this as everybody else. I'm learning on the fly in some regards. But at some point, we need to develop some opinions and vote on some stuff. Where I stand currently, I like the word bifurcate, and it sounds like that also might be a way to satisfy both the concerns of some of the bargaining groups that are here tonight of not wanting to see drastic change, but acknowledgement that there are parts of the civil service where more flexibility and shorter eligibility lists are beneficial to the city and not going to be all that disruptive. I think that the other key piece to this and this is where I'm kind of still figuring out my position, is the idea of the cancellation of the list, because we have two different models. The existing model, which says you can only cancel if there's been a list established from an open examination if it contains not more than 3 persons. Whereas the alternative one says cancellation for good cause. And I'm not clear on whether or not there's an opposition from any corners to just taking away the three name limitation and then just going to good cause, or do we need to include that in the bifurcation, or can we include that on both sides? You know, that's the remaining issue for me. Otherwise, I'm fairly settled on the idea of bifurcating the rule here with full discretion for the civilian non-sworn side. No floor, no ceiling, but for the sworn, keeping it at a 1 and 2 is fine by me. That's where I'm at.
I have a quick question. So if we go with alternative 1, full discretion, and then sworn officers go to the commission and ask, well, we want this floor ceiling, and then once that's set up, they have to go back to the commission to change that. So by doing that, by just doing alternative 1, we can kind of have bifurcated. No, it doesn't work that way?
It could be bifurcated in practice, but it wouldn't be bifurcated by charter. So the commission could always, if it's truly bifurcated in the charter, then the commission wouldn't have the discretion to vary from 1 to 2 in the case of the sworn positions.
And what is the benefit of having that bifurcation built into the charter? I mean, I know it's
It removes the
protected.
discretion it says you cannot go less than 1 and not more than 2.
Yeah.
Otherwise, operationally, it's the same.
So my thought is that I heard the last time we had a charter review committee that was 20 years ago. So I assume next charter review committee is going to be 20 years from now. So we don't.
We're still doing this 20 years from now.
So we don't know what's going to happen during that 20-year period. So if we baked in those floor and ceiling for sworn officers, maybe 10 years from now, there's a different operational needs, so they want that to be changed. So maybe it's better to just give the commission all the discretion, and then they can go to the commission and ask for a floor and ceiling. Maybe that's better.
Personally, philosophically, that's kind of my approach to charters, is let's set some pretty broad bounds, but let in practice play itself out. But what I heard tonight was, at least as to the sworn personnel, they don't want to lose that a limitation of 1 to 3. And the sense I get, and Carl, perhaps you can educate us, is that institutionally, these departments rely on the length of those eligibility lists, and from the employee perspective, and that it would be very disruptive if they had to worry about longer periods or shorter periods in particular.
You hit it pretty much on the head. There are certain expectations within the employees that work within public safety about how things go. It is fairly regimented. It has been longstanding tradition, and those expectations are there. And it works.
And they're building their careers.
Yeah, and people build their careers. It's like public safety is probably one of the few professions still left where people will do an entire career with a department. You don't see a lot of you don't see a lot of maneuvering in and out. You see some with laterals, but a lot of people, wherever they start is where they will finish 30 years later. And so they do build a career around that. And so those expectations are baked into you when you start. That culture exists. And so as I said, where we've been, before you just go, oh, hey, we're going to hand it all over, that could create a lot of upheaval, I think, within an organization that then somebody has to manage. And that can create some discontent. As I said, there's two pieces, and I think Ms. Adams has got a part there too. It works in the public safety world, and if it's working for us, we probably don't want to upset the apple cart, especially in that world. What I also think I'm hearing is when it comes to the professional, non-sworn world, is that world changes, and I think people move in and out at greater paces, and there's a bigger need to hire at a more rapid pace, and so you may need more flexibility in that.
I mean, for the civilian side, I understand, but like, if my question is, does city is available to hire experienced police officers or firefighters? If somebody wants to stay with one city or municipality for their career, can they hire experienced person, or they always hire like somebody unexperienced and like train them and they grow?
There's an opportunity to hire laterals from another agency. So there's a different job classification for police officer from a lateral perspective, and a police officer where you have to train them from beginning. Same with the fire department. So there's two opportunities. One to lateral over from another agency, that's one examination, and a separate examination open to firefighters who have no experience, who will go through a full academy and learn the profession from scratch.
Is it hard to hire experienced firefighter or police officers? People don't want to move. Is that true or no?
No, we have laterals that join our organization pretty regularly. Not a plethora, but they do come.
The majority we hire, from my experience, we hire from within. That's not to say we don't get people who move from other organizations, but most people, as I said, I'm making a generalization, most people will start and finish their career, especially at an agency like, or a city like Glendale, will start and finish their career in one organization. You're not going to see a lot of moving around. It's not 100%. I mean, family things happen. I don't know, some people have a spouse that's in the military and they need to move around. I'll use myself as an example. I started in 1990. I stayed here. You have to realize when you move to another organization, you go back to the bottom. It's a seniority-driven system. You go back to the bottom of the seniority heap. You go, your ability to move within the organization changes because of just sort of the nature of the way public safety works. And so, as I said, I think for us, a wise course is to probably recognize what that culture is, make sure it has the flexibility that it needs, but not change the major components of it.
Can I ask you about the cancellation of the lists? I mean, is there any reason to have different rules between sworn and non-sworn? And then secondarily, do you see a benefit to keeping the current rule where the cancellation is only allowed when you get down to 3 names or less?
Oh, I'm trying to remember because I don't remember canceling very many lists in my career. And usually that only occurs when you get there because part of that, at least, and I'm just going to speak maybe from my experience on the public safety side, is there's an expectation that if you tell somebody it's a 1-year list, it's a 1-year list. If you tell somebody it's a 2-year list, it's a 2-year list. Want to create a lot of drama within an organization, go take a 2-year list and cancel the list. If you get down to less than three names and everybody knows what those rules are up front, the people on the list may not be happy, but that will not cause an issue within the organization. But it will, I think, even more so in public safety, maybe than anywhere else. If you change the rules after you've already told people what the rules are and they've planned it, you will get ready for a lot of drama. So that's what I said. Whatever the rules are, they just need to be stated and clear up front. And that's kind of where I was going with the other lists. I think even for the professional or the civilian staff is making sure everybody knows it's a 6-month list, it's a 12-month list. That way you're not pulling, if you will, the proverbial rug out from under somebody going, hey, I thought that was 12 months and oh, just kidding, it was 9. It's like, unless you get less than 3 names.
So then on here, you wouldn't be as comfortable with the alternative 1 language, which just allows the cancel eligible list for good cause.
Yeah, that might be one where you have to do that. And we need to be a little careful because I know this will be a whole other discussion when it comes to rule of three, because we're right now, I'm saying more than 3 people on the list, but there will be interplay between them.
Okay. What, I guess, I don't know if the good cause language came from the staff or came from a member of the Civil Service Commission in alternative one.
No, it didn't come from the commission.
Yeah, I think that was language that we had proposed.
Okay, then hopefully you can answer my question. What would constitute good cause?
So for example, you can have a recruitment for, let's just use administrative assistant again, where the job was open to the public and you have 26 people on the list. You filled 2 positions originally and now it's a year later and you have 3 positions to fill. You invite the remaining people on the list to show up for an interview. They state they will show, and they don't. Then you have another interview day. You invite as many people as you can for the next round, and they don't show up. Then you get on the phone and you call people and you ask, are you still interested? You may get an answer, you may not. So that is
Exhaustion, basically, would be a good cause.
and it happens more and more and more in today's work environment.
So I think that's a good point, Chair. That's essentially no list, right? You don't have, people aren't, they're no longer there.
Yes, but under the rule that states you can't cancel it until you have not more than, or not more than 3.
So is that,
You have to exhaust all the way down, whereas if you've got a list of 27 and you've gone through 17, you can't just say, look, this is, we're wasting time because it's just more and more effort. We might do better just to cancel the list and start over.
Right, and then the way our rules are written, I, as the head of HR, cannot arbitrarily say, you didn't show up once, you're off the list. You have to take an affirmative position and ask to be withdrawn. And if you're not communicating with my office, that makes it even more burdensome and challenging.
John, you looked really eager to.
No, actually, Paula Adams hit the nail on the head. That's exactly where the thought process was going for myself as well, and I think you were spot on as well. It comes down to a timing issue. The example that Paula just shared with us, I was kind of doing the math as she was talking. That's a minimum of a 4-month delay.
Yeah.
Before you can actually get the process started all over again to establish a new list, and that's what we're really talking about here.
But in fairness, you can go before the Civil Service Commission and ask to cancel that list. If you got to 16 people and you were investing a certain amount of time, you could go to them and cancel that list, ask for that cancellation, right?
We can ask for that, yes.
So I just have to be clear on the point that I guess if you are looking for a pulse of where we are tonight, to me, there's a difference between language in a charter and operationally what can be done. And what's before us is the language in the charter that would have guardrails around it. So I would have to really understand, I can't get behind alternative 1 if you're looking for a pulse at all. In this capacity, what I know about writing language that stands the test of time. I just have never seen language like that be loose. At the same time, I want to help us get to a place for operational effectiveness and for people to be able to do what they want. I don't want to put up all these barriers, but if we could think about that as we come back in the next month about how to get the language to a place that has foundation, but also gives the flexibility without everything just going back to the commission, because the language will stand the test of time and commissioners will come and go as we all, and so I have to stand up for the language, and there I'll pause.
Can I ask mechanically how it works with your list of 27? at what point, under the current rules, can you go before the commission and ask them to cancel?
If there are fewer than 3 names, or we have taken a pulse of the people on the list and they have said they're no longer interested and have sent us an email or filled out the proper form to withdraw from the list.
But you have to have 3 or fewer people on the list.
Yes.
That's,
Would it be fair to say 3 or
Was it
fewer
or, not an
viable
and?
people on the list?
Viable.
Right?
Okay.
Because
It's
if,
how you
somebody
define the
withdrew
3.
themselves or said they weren't interested,
people who withdrew
officially,
themselves,
that's
I
what
wouldn't
you
count
start.
them on the list. I guess that's just my assumption.
Yeah, they have to withdraw themselves. I cannot withdraw them.
Okay.
So can I ask a clarifying question?
But just, if
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can just
go ahead.
clarify.
Yeah.
So you could have 10 people left on that list and they're just not responding and you still can't cancel it.
Well, we can recite that to the commission and say, and recite our attempts to engage those applicants and say that we've afforded them more than one chance, because it's not going to just be one and done. So we can write a report on that and then seek the commission's approval. Yes, we could.
So if the rule was changed to good cause, what would how would that change your life in that circumstance?
So the initial process, if alternative 1 is adopted, we would anticipate the type of exam that we're giving and try to tailor it so that there is a more realistic approach to what the number should be. And again, that's something that would be done in conjunction with the commission on the front end.
But why wouldn't that be done right now anyways, in terms of tailoring it?
Because it says no less than 1 year and no more than 2. And so that's the way the rule reads, and so it stays for 2 years.
But but it could be 18 months, right? It could be, those are just bounds. Those aren't.
It's 2 years.
So it has to be 2 years?
That's the longstanding past practice, 2 years.
And it can't
yes.
be less than 2 years unless.
Unless it's fewer than 3 names.
Wait a minute.
those
Are we
9
talking about establishing the length of the list or the terms of the cancellation of a list whose length is already previously determined?
Okay, maybe I'm unclear on what we're asking.
Right, we're talking, I mean, but they're
Both in there.
They're two separate thoughts, and we've been discussing both.
right. But I had been previously really trying to tease out the difference between just having cancellation for good cause, which is in alternative 1, and regardless of how long the list is, and a cancellation for when you have not more than 3.
Correct.
And so, you had said that under alternative 1, well, we would just anticipate that we need a shorter list. I said, well, leave
Shorter
that
time
aside,
frame.
but, what if you didn't? How is it different? How does it play out different if the standard is cancelable for good cause versus cancelable when we get down to 3 after exhausting everything?
I'll just go back to some earlier comments. When we were thinking about this language, we were thinking about from the perspective of informing the applicant pool up front on the path forward. And so being transparent with the applicants as they complete the paperwork for the opportunity rather than by the exception. It can be disappointing if you go into a process believing it's going to, your name is going to be available for a 2-year period, and then only to find out we're changing our mind and you had an expectation that you were going to be on the list. So that was what we were trying to really resolve. To some of the earlier points made, it hasn't been a challenge to go to the commission and ask for a cancellation. We've done it. It has worked. But the applicant is the person who I believe is disadvantaged when we change the rules at the end rather than stating them at the beginning.
But operationally, you could state at the beginning your thought process around your ability to go to the commission and cancel the list, and you could give the reasons why, and you could even have that employee sign their understanding of it. That doesn't have to be in the charter language. That's not what the charter is. That's operationally what you need, which HR needs, I understand, and allows and gives the flexibility to the commission while still keeping guidelines in the charter, is the position I'm coming from.
If for every bulletin, in anticipation of that, we were to put that language in, it wouldn't make the recruitment genuine and accurate, because we can't necessarily anticipate what it's going to be down the road. Right now, it's the 2-year period. We can't go in and say, we want it to be something different just in case it doesn't work out. Whereas on certain positions, that can be anticipated and stated at the onset.
I'm not just one last question. I'm not asking for you to have a crystal ball and say this one's 6. I'm saying that if we know the guideline is 2 years, but within that you have the ability with certain jobs to go to the commission to ask for the cancellation based on how many names, that can't be stated up front in your interview process. You'd have to explain this to me. Does that little operational piece have to be in the bulletin? The bulletin would be 2 years, but then in your interview process, there can't be some sort of understanding. I mean, that's worked in there.
We could not include the suggested language on job bulletins without getting the approval of the Civil Service Commission, because what I'm hearing is a change. Anytime you make a change to a bulletin from the last administration to anything in the future, anything that's changed, you must go before the commission and they must approve the change. So I could not say that that can be done. I'm not the commission. We could take it before the commission for their consideration. In a job interview for your average person who's coming in an entry-level capacity, you give them extra information, instructions, guidance. It confuses the candidate. They already don't understand working for a municipal government, civil service. It takes a while for those of us who have worked in a municipality to really understand how it all works. So to put that information before an applicant in a job interview setting, I think it would add more, it would make the applicant more unclear. I don't think it would provide clarity.
So the concern is on the back end that we don't want to cancel the list prematurely because that could upset the expectations of the applicant. Is that correct?
Correct.
So can we state what grounds on a list-by-list basis at the time it's made and the length the term is set, what the good cause grounds would be? So we don't have to just always default to 3, and we don't have it completely open at cause, at just good cause and which could be anything and could surprise people after the fact. We just simply require that at the time that the commission sets the term of the list, which they're already doing, they also approve what constitutes good cause, so that the applicant can know in advance, hey, the list is a 18-month list, but just be warned, it could be canceled if X, Y, or Z happens. And that way they know what the possibility exists of cancellation, and they know what those conditions might be.
Yes, so perhaps we can reconnect with the city attorney's office and further define what good cause actually means.
I guess what I'm saying is, we don't have to define good cause in the charter. We say for the cancellation of eligible list for good cause on such grounds as are established at the time the list is made.
And we can also, as a suggestion, have a civil service rule created around what you've just described.
Can I get the opinion of the city attorney's office? Is that a workable proposal that I just put out there?
I believe so.
Because that would seem to provide surety to the applicants and allow you to judge the flexibility that you need in advance on a position by position or list by list basis.
They're generally, I think the good cause component would truly be that exception, and it wouldn't really be the rule. So it wouldn't be difficult to define that and still have the ability to go back for the type of situation that was described with 27 names and a list that's very stale, and you've got individuals that were number 23 and 24 on the list, and that list is almost 2 years old. So that would, we would be able to do that in both the rules, and then be able to identify some rationale as to placing that on the front end.
But in terms of comparing it to the status quo, what you're proposing is actually adding more definition, because right now,
It's 3. Current rules, just, it has to get down to 3 before you can consider canceling.
except, and maybe I'm being dense here, except in the case where Ms. Adams goes and says, look, we've contacted all of them, I've emailed them 2 times, I've gone to their house, they're not showing up.
I think that's a way of basically coming to the conclusion that you've reached the bottom, rather than saying that there's, it's not an open-ended ground, because that's not allowed by the charter.
Well,
You're basically arguing for the case that we've tried to confirm how many people were left on the list. We can't confirm that these people are there. We're asking for essentially for a finding that we're down to 3.
So conceptually, if what you're saying is you're going to define it and you're going to codify how what I just described is actually, in black and white, I'm all for that. I personally, good cause is too broad, too much latitude, and is inappropriate in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, because effectively in that situation, you don't have a list. So if you don't have a list, it's not doing anyone any good, and we need to move on. I'm still, in terms of the time period and full discretion, which I think, Chair, you support, I haven't heard anybody clearly articulate, other than they get full discretion, why is not having a cap of 2 years, what's the benefit? It sounds like the only chief benefit is A, it's full discretion, and B, there will be fewer exceptions. I personally, I'm okay with exceptions, because that means it doesn't happen a lot, and you have to go and ask, and you have to make a case for it. So I'm still of the mind that there should be a ceiling, and I'm open to understanding why removing the ceiling makes sense. I do understand in terms of the floor, maybe an IT job or something like that, fast paced, you do need a lower floor, but that's my feedback so far.
For probation period for a civilian, what is it typically?
For non-managerial roles, 6 months, and for managerial roles, 1 year.
So let's say in that 6 months that new candidate or new employee doesn't do so well, reopening a position, if you don't have that at minimum 1 year, right, can create a longer process.
Well, for non-managerial roles, where it is a 6-month probation, I do have the discretion to extend that person's probation if they need additional time, up to 1 year, and that is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. For managerial roles, where it is 1 year, there is no mechanism to extend beyond that 1 year, except if you are out on an approved FMLA leave or leave of absence that was approved. You can extend for the length of the leave.
Okay, thank you.
Annie, can I follow up? Are you suggesting that the length of the probation period should, or the length of the eligibility list should be keyed somehow to the probationary period?
Yes,
So
that
you
was
do-
my thinking, because if we don't put any type of less than 1 year, let's say, and a year is if it's a typical probationary period, and they get fired within that 1 year. The process of hiring, or even just going through the application process, takes a long time in government. So are we willing to wait an additional 3 months after that 1 year probation to get new names? Because we don't have a list going, is my thought.
I hadn't thought of that, and that's a very good point.
I know we're going round and round on a lot of stuff here, but one is it really does sound like we need a civil service rule change, in all seriousness. If it's, they have to do something affirmative to pull themselves off the list and they're being non-responsive, it sounds like maybe that's worth taking to the commission and going, hey, if we've contacted them, tried to contact them at their address X number of times and they haven't done that, they're off the list. And then it makes it really clear when you have less than the, whatever the number is of candidates that the hiring authority has the ability or is entitled to consider, then the list is subject to cancellation. Does that make sense?
We can consider that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that going, it's like, because I said, it sounds like some of this is being built around a civil service rule that exists. And while we're looking at the charter, so we don't have to go through all the civil service rules, maybe there's also, we just need to change the rule, because I think the case you've made is that it's sort of asinine that your people who aren't going to respond to you aren't going to affirmatively remove themselves from the list, but you can't hire people that aren't going to respond to you. So if they haven't responded within X number of days or whatever from a contact, then it's like they need to be removed from the list. And then when you get down, it expedites your ability to go to the Civil Service Commission and go, hey, we need to cancel this because we don't have a viable list.
And we're not proposing to put that in the charter because
No,
that's the problem.
No.
Rule needs
But I
to be
said
changed.
we're talking about good cause. Most of the good cause seems to be around that there are people who aren't responding, and we have this big list. If that were changed, then if you have less than the rule of right now, if you have less than 3 names to consider, then the list can be canceled. It's like you get to that really quickly if the rule is changed that allows the HR director to remove people from the list when they're non-responsive.
I think the good cause standard actually gives the commission more flexibility to establish a rule like that. Sure.
Is it possible to do the 1 year, no less than 1 year, but also put the good cause, like language in there instead of the 3?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
If we went with our alternative 2, but get rid of the top 3 list and put good cause instead? Like if the list it still
Yeah.
has more than 3, you can still get rid of it.
Mm-hmm. That's certainly an alternative.
Yeah, what's partly I think we're getting at is that alternatives 1 and alternatives 2 are not. There's 2 different concepts being changed or not changed, and it's not just simply the 1 year and 2 year or whatever they decide. It's also at the back end. One's just good cause, and the other one's got to get down to 3. So you like the existing, or you like alternative 1 for the not less than 1 year, but you want the good cause for cancellation of the list.
And ultimately, I think what we're walking out of here is food for thought, because GCEA, GFFA, GPOA may have something. They may have something more definitive than the initial piece of paper that they put in here that we ought to consider. But I would say by January we ought to come in with our thoughts on where we are, which might be swayed.
But I really want to understand what good cause is. So to your point, the term good cause in and of itself isn't sufficient.
So perhaps the city attorneys can weigh in on
the concept of good cause is not something that's just kind of completely open in the law. I mean, we have standards like that in charters, in statutes. It's not a foreign concept that it's completely ungrounded.
I'm open to being educated on it.
That's what I'm hoping we can get.
Right. And I mean, again, back to the point of, for example, there's another provision in the charter that refers to good cause. It's when your disciplining employee who has permanent status. And the charter just says good cause, but the rules define what good cause is. So that was one option, but it sounds like what we're hearing from the committee is that you'd like some suggestions on guardrails in terms of what good cause will be, and not just defer to the commission.
Well, would the definition of good cause that's already referenced in the charter for some reason be different than good cause here?
It would be, because that's good cause as relates to good cause for disciplining an employee.
So I get
It's not arbitrary and capricious.
Right, basically.
I mean, it's not completely unmoored. There has to be some justifiable reason.
So I guess that's getting to my point. Good cause is not an objective standard.
There should be a mechanism of articulating what good cause is.
Yeah, so
It could be different in each instance, but there needs to be some support for what that is.
So again, just to restate my position, the concept of good cause, it's a catch-all term for me. If it is an objective standard that someone can articulate and put down, and then I can understand it, and then we seem to be concerned about uncertainty, right? And yet we're okay with a ambiguous concept of good cause.
I'm not that worried about uncertainty, and I don't agree that good cause can't be an objective standard. So under the law, for example, in the law of negligence, basic concept is you can be deemed to have acted negligently when you do something that is objectively unreasonable. And what that may be in a given context will depend on the circumstances. You don't have a numerical number of how many times you have to check your brakes every year before you've been unreasonable. It's under the circumstances, would an average reasonable person deem this to be reasonable or unreasonable? Good cause is the same thing. Have you justified yourself in a way in which is an average reasonable person would accept as, even if they don't agree with it, would be reasonable?
So right now, absent that language, is there the discretion to remove a list?
For no reason whatsoever?
No, well, I mean, no reason sounds capricious to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
we're
the
not
opposite of good cause.
right. So we're not talking about that because that's not something that seems to come up. But what seems to come up is when we've exhausted a list, and that seems like good cause to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the ability to do that right now is already present. Am I understanding this correct so far? Okay. So if it's already present, then again,
I just want to read how that section reads, and it essentially says that for the creation of eligible lists upon which shall be entered names of successful candidates in the order of their standing in the examination for the time periods as the commission may establish, that said list shall remain in force, and so the rules shall provide for the cancellation of the eligible list for good cause. So it's projecting that there will be a rule that provides for that information. So it's not saying that you'll just cancel for good cause. It's saying that the rules will provide those guardrails for the good cause.
And I would just note, just from a staff perspective, we view that as good governance to defer to the experts, meaning the commission, in defining what is good cause, just like we currently do allow them to define what is good cause for purposes of discipline, termination, whatever. But again, it'll have to the committee has a different view on putting some additional guardrails in there. What should be good cause? Then you'll have to have that discussion and provide us direction. But I would say the commission, since I've been here, takes that part of the rulemaking very seriously and would put a lot of thought into what is good cause.
And I just want to thank you for reorienting us to where this paragraph is situated in the charter. These are directions that the commission shall establish rules. The rules shall do these things, and you're saying the rule shall provide for good cause cancellation of the list as proposed. And that rule, if I'm correct, not only has to be considered and adopted by the commission, but then ultimately has to be approved by the city council.
That's correct.
So what constitutes good cause is going to go through several layers of review before it actually goes into practice. And then, so if we try to worry about what that is, we're kind of getting in the way. It's not going to be completely open-ended on a case-by-case basis, right?
So that's the language that you just recited was not, it's not at the bottom of this page 5. Oh, so what was just recited was not in our packet, or is it?
It is. It is. So it's, if you look at the red line,
Yep.
Greg?
Section 2 that has the heading Duties of Civil Service Commission generally, rules. The second paragraph starts, the rules shall provide, and it has these different headings. The rules shall provide for classification of positions. The rules shall provide for competitive exams,
Understood.
et cetera. And the rules shall provide for eligible lists, and then it provides a little extra definition there.
So that being said, can you just one more time restate how you tied in good cause to what's the language in here where you just tied it back in?
So what this section of the charter is saying is that there will be rules, and those rules will include information, specifics about the eligible lists. And the eligible list will allow for, the rules will provide specifics for the time period for the eligible list as the commission may establish, and then also consider ways when the list may be canceled, but it's saying not for any reason. You have to be able to identify good cause to be able to cancel it. So all of that has to be in the rules.
And the rules are prospective prior to any eligible list being
Correct.
created. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
So in theory, you could, if I can finish my thought, okay. You could, in theory, we could adopt alternative 1. It could be approved by the voters and become part of the charter. And actually, none of the rules would have to change.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Alan?
I just wanted to comment that I agree with Chair Flower. I think we're going down a very difficult path if we start trying to define sort of general legal terms and micromanage the Civil Service Commission. Because typically you'll get into things such as cancellation of eligible lists for good cause, including 1, 2, 3.
I've written that
including but not limited to 1, 2, and 3. And then you still have to leave it open because you can't foresee everything that's going to come along. You can't foresee what the commission will be hearing and what the circumstances are going to be in every future case. And I don't find this unusual in the legal contracts I've seen to have terms like this, particularly with respect to, a certain body or a contractual participant. You don't have to nail down these terms. And I think, if we start going through that in every case, we're going to be in trouble. Thank you.
Annie?
So just like any other commission, it's open to the public, so the applicants can come in and complain if they think we didn't do the right thing, right?
That's correct.
I guess we've already decided that we're not going to reach a conclusion on this point, but hopefully we have honed our opinions a bit more, and we'll be ready to play when we come back in January. The bargaining groups have committed to coming with some specific proposals. I think we should also, to echo what Carl said, come back with our own specific ideas of where we think this should go. Not saying that we need to prejudge this, but let's keep the discussion next time on this topic focused on precisely where we think things should go in the precise language. That would be my request. But
And so that we're clear, you're not asking staff to bring back anything different on that particular item at this time?
I mean, I would, but I don't get the sense that there's much in the way of concurrence here.
Okay.
I might submit some of my own for consideration in advance, but okay. Well, that's one of how many that we've talked through? Yeah. Who wants to talk about the rule of three? Or do we want to take a brief recess? We've been going for a while now. Okay. Let's take a brief recess. 10 minutes? 5 minutes, okay. Be back here at 7:57.
So the point about the probation, tying the probation with the floor ceiling.
Where we left off, we were in item 6A, which is a long list of different rules to consider the proposed amendments. We got through one. It is 8 o'clock. And we already know that we're coming back in January to get further input from the bargaining groups and to also sharpen our own thoughts on these matters. So the recommendation is made by Brian that we perhaps move on to 6B for now. Just go ahead and table 6A because we know we've got a lot more to wade through. We're going to get further information. And so we're not going to reach any decisions on any of that tonight. Let's go ahead and open up 6B on department heads, and which I think is a more discrete topic.
As long as you didn't have any other speakers on 6A.
Yeah, but I'm just want to get a sense of whether or not we're going to do that. Is everybody okay with that? If so, I'm going to go to public comment on 6A before we move to 6B. Any thoughts from the committee?
Let's do it.
All right. Do we have anybody who would like to speak on item 6B?
No, Chair, we don't.
Okay. We are now moving to 6A.
No, no one on 6A.
Now moving to 6B, which is review of proposed charter language regarding department heads. Do we have a staff report?
We do, if I can get that presentation up. Just a second. All right, let's see if I can move it. Okay, Mr. Chairperson and members of the committee, this item pertains to a proposal to provide that the department heads would not be part of the classified service. Currently, they are, meaning that they're permanent positions after passing probation, like other employees, and have to go through due process and hearing for discipline, those sorts of things. So let me just kind of go through, just so everybody is aware of what the departments are that are city department heads that report to the city manager. These are them: community development, community services and parks, finance, fire, police, Glendale Water and Power, human resources, IT, library, arts and culture. As I already said, police department and public works, and then the other offices are either directly elected or appointed by the city council. So I would just want to. We talked a little bit about this when we first kind of came on board. In terms, the committee came together and talk a little bit about sort of the city manager's role in the within the city organization. The charter provides that the city manager is the chief administrative officer, basically the executive head of the department, and appoints and removes the department heads, but subject to civil service as well as subject to those appointments being and terminations being subject to the city council approval. So again, our council manager form of government provides that the manager is accountable to the city council, and the department heads that run our operational departments are appointed, reportable and accountable to the city manager. So just a second here. The sort of the dichotomy of the roles of the council versus the city manager. The council functions as the collective legislative authority for the city. It hires and fires the city manager, establishes community priorities, and provides oversight without being involved in operational decisions. The city manager, on the other hand, is a professionally trained administrator hired to serve as the CEO of the city, supervises all departments, manages personnel, advises the council, and recommends policy options while avoiding political involvement. So this policy and administrative split that's embedded in our charter and is a hallmark of the council manager form of government is intended to remove politics from the day-to-day administration of the organization and lead to clear lines of accountability. The city manager answers to the council for administrative performance, while the council remains accountable to the residents for those policy decisions that they make, keeping the roles distinct and reducing political interference in daily operations. So the roles of the department heads, has changed over time significantly since the current charter provision was established. They're responsible for large divisions, large budgets, and staff, and are essentially as the term denotes, they're executives within our organization. They ensure that the services are delivered to the public pursuant to the policy direction of the council and then the administrative direction of the city manager. They make policy recommendations. They provide their professional expertise in their diverse areas of governance within the organization. And they act as key advisors to the city manager, and their performance reflects on the city manager's ability to run the organization effectively. So this proposal related to removing the department heads from civil service has some pros and some cons, and I'll go through those a little bit. Essentially, as we noted in the written staff report, it's become an outdated mode of governance. Glendale is unique in this regard in terms of many cities that are of our size. I provide a lot of samples. All of those cities are the department heads are at will, reporting solely to the city manager without oversight from the council, as well as not part of the civil service. And most cities that have made that transition, and I think Santa Monica was the last one to do so in 2006, made it because that the role of an executive in an organization such as ours is mismatched with the civil service system. So there is, there's going to be reduced accountability overall, and I'm talking about just Glendale. The sort of the trend away from having department heads as part of civil service is that process, as we noted, the process to both hire and then if it comes to the situation of discipline leading up to termination, is a cumbersome process in the context of an executive who runs a department. It can take up to a year or longer to go through that process if you actually had to go through it. And it leaves the city manager without the administrative flexibility to make course corrections. As we also noted, that sometimes it's not a incompetence or misconduct issue with the department head, but somebody who's just not keeping in line with the leadership or philosophical goals of the city manager, and the city manager needs to make decisions to get his or her organization in alignment with the policy goals of the city council. So some of the reasons that you see for maintaining department heads in the civil service is, and the primary one, and we talked about the purpose of the civil service system overall, and even the council manager form of government, is to protect all employees, and including department heads, from political interference from the politics of the community. It helps prevent patronage and favoritism, just like, that's why we have civil service overall. And, one can certainly argue that applies no less to department heads than it would to other line level employees within the organization. And another argument is that it ensures that department heads are chosen and retained for their expertise and not for any loyalty politically or otherwise. Another reason, obviously, frankly, is having department heads in the civil service would provide due process protection that prevents arbitrary removal or retaliation for doing one's job. And those are arguments that are also proffered for maintaining department heads within the civil service system. So the city manager, as we noted in the memo, the city manager's recommendation is, in moving this forward, is that if there is a change, if the change is put on the ballot to convert department heads from civil service to at will, that it would not apply to existing or sitting department heads. It would be a gradual transition as attrition occurs. Lawfully, it could apply, but the city manager's view is that since there was there's no legal expectation to continue civil service employment, but given that understanding and out of fairness, he feels pretty strongly that should be a going forward change. One of the other hallmarks of the council manager form of government in many of the cities that we surveyed, and this even came up in the context of mayor and having a directly elected mayor and city council districts, and in that particular issue, is again separating the administrative function of the city manager his or her role with the legislative function of the city council, and having a provision. Many cities have either a charter provision or municipal code provision, and to ensure that this change is going to be made, to ensure that there's a provision in the charter that clearly delineates that the city council has one role, as we've just discussed, and the city manager has a different role, clear accountability and authority over the department heads and all employees within the organization. This is a provision, again, very common. It's not in our charter. It would make sense to make it clear, especially if you're going to take the department heads out of civil service, provide an additional level of protection to avoid political interference with their duties. The second part of the memorandum that we outline is, and again, it has to do with accountability of the department heads. Our charter provides that the city manager's appointment and removal of department heads is subject to the city council's approval. This is atypical from other charter cities and other general law cities. Occasionally, maybe in some cases you'll see a police chief may be appointed, or their appointment may be subject to the council approval. But overall, like our sister cities like Burbank and Pasadena, they do not have that provision in a charter. And again, the idea is to make a clear delineation between the politics and the policy making of the organization and the administrative function that the city manager is responsible for. That is the end of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or give examples or provide context as the committee would like to hear.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So now's the time for our questions, and then we'll go to the public for comments. But I would like to start on this side of the room this time. Rachel, don't mind going first?
I have some questions. So I want to walk back a step and want to understand how one becomes a head of division, as opposed to, the second page of your slide, you provide like examples of report to the city manager, elected, or like report to council. So can you tell me how city manager, like who appoints city manager and how one becomes a head of public works? Just to understand.
Sure. So the city manager is appointed by the city council and is an at-will employee and reports directly to the council and has, again, is the supervisor for all the heads of the departments. The department heads, they can be hired either from outside the organization or they can be promoted from within, and they have usually an expertise in the particular area that they're doing. Obviously, police and fire, you have to be a sworn law enforcement or sworn fire personnel to be a police chief or fire chief. And then, from the different departments, that those folks have the experience and knowledge base to run the department of the size of Glendale. So usually you see folks coming, they come from the outside, maybe they came from a same organization, they were doing the same job, but they came to Glendale, which is usually a bigger organization than some of the surrounding cities, or they were working in a bigger organization, but it's a promotion to Glendale. And the same internally, we do have people that get promoted into those positions from our organization.
Does city manager have any say as to who's going to be a head of the department?
Yeah, he or she, whoever the city manager appoints them. Ultimately it's their job to appoint the department heads.
And I read the memo, and thanks for the research. I understand that the current Glendale model is kind of outdated. A lot of cities like moving into the direction that the city proposes. Other than that trend, is there any instance within the city why you think that it's better to move more comply with the trend? Or were there any instance where there's a conflict between the city, the department heads with the city manager or the council? If there is, can you provide some examples?
Sure, I can't give specific examples because a lot of times they involve like personnel, but again, given that the department heads are running departments that have, in some cases hundreds of employees, sometimes, the smallest department is probably like 20 employees, but the bigger ones are large. They have a lot of operations. They're required to be politically astute, but not, politically involved. And so be able to understand what the council's goals are, be able to understand what the city manager's goals are. And I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Your question is?
Are there any instance within the city of Glendale where you think the proposal that you're proposing is going to be beneficial to the city because of what happened in the past?
Yeah, I think it is in the city's interest. I think the city manager and the executive staff that were involved in this believe it's in the city's interest to give the city manager as the CEO of the organization the authority to make changes in the executive team when it's in the city's best interest, when perhaps that department head is not necessarily performing poorly or acting in misconduct, but not performing at an outstanding level that the city is entitled to expect of its department heads. So that's the difference. When you go to civil service to terminate an employee, and that's the worst case, right? I'll just cut to the chase. The worst case, you have an employee you go through performance improvement, you do all of the things to try to make that employee a better employee. You still have to go through that process with the civil service process, right? So if you had to go through that process and you have to have a hearing, and that hearing could be lengthy, it could be subject to court challenges. That's a process where then you have that person out for, let's say, 6 months to a year. You have an interim person running the department. You can't make the change. You can't permanently appoint somebody until that person's situation is resolved. That makes the organization, that makes the department that employee is supervising less efficient, because you have to wait for that process to bear itself out.
So if we adopt what city proposes, the city manager will be able to just fire that head and then appoint a new person to run a department? Is that what the city staff is proposing?
Legally, yeah, at the bare bones, the city manager would have that authority. But in my 27 years of experience, whether it's an at-will decision or a civil service system, firing a department head is a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a last resort. It's not taken lightly. It's not taken arbitrarily. But it's just, again, it's out of alignment with how most agencies handle it, because you need the city manager, someone who's accountable to the council, may need to move faster than that department head is able to or willing to do, and you just need that flexibility from our standpoint to be able to do that.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. Annie?
So currently, they have representation in a union, and if we go with the proposed, they would not?
The department heads are not represented by any of the associations.
So that wouldn't change regardless?
Correct.
Okay. And then for the hiring process, is it similar to how everyone else gets hired? Like there's an outside pool of reviewers, and then, or is it different?
It varies. So they are part of, and maybe Ms. Adams can address it as well, but because they are part of civil service, unless there's an exception found, where the city manager makes a finding of that the person's I forget the language, but has specialized attainments, and then the city manager can make a direct appointment. But the reality is, oftentimes, especially when it's an open position, there will be a recruitment, but it just depends on the circumstances.
And then, is there a difference in probation time?
No,
Now and
it's
then?
a year.
Okay.
It's a year, so it's the same with other managers. Yes.
Thank you.
The department manager would still be the person who would be in charge of hiring all the people in their department.
Correct.
Okay, so that wouldn't change at all. It would only be as we phase in a department head, that one person would be an at-will employee rather than part of the civil service.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to provide some context that the council manager form of government That was actually the result of a reform movement probably around 1900 in reaction to the corruption and patronage that was taking place in large cities like New York and Chicago. And it was a deliberate attempt to try to avoid those politics, that patronage, that corruption. And so when we're thinking about this, let's recognize that. And it's based almost like a corporate environment where the CEO has which would be the city manager, has responsibility for running the day-to-day operations of the city. And the council is more like a board of directors that hires the city manager and directs policy for the city manager to implement. And what I'd like to see, I think some of these suggested changes are designed to eliminate some discrepancies that really aren't applicable to the council manager form of government, where politics can seep in a bit and shouldn't. And so I think we need to, look at these issues from that perspective. Are they strengthening our form of council manager government or not? I think in many cases they'd be strengthening it, not weakening it. And I wouldn't be opposed to having council approval for police and fire chiefs, since that's all public safety. But I don't think council needs to approve the hiring and termination of other department managers. That should be up to the city manager. Thank you.
But just to clarify on what you just said, it's not city council approval we're talking about, it's civil service.
It's both.
Oh,
Yeah.
Part of the civil service stuff applied is a city council approval for all the heads?
Correct. So that, and it's not part of the civil service. It's just a separate provision of the charter, which requires city council approval for the appointment or removal of department heads. So the city manager makes a decision, but it's subject to the approval of the city council.
And would that stay under this proposal?
The recommendation is no. If it's going to move forward with taking department heads out of civil service, then to also, in order to make that clear accountability, to also remove that particular provision.
Understood. No other questions?
I guess we'll start with one. You said the city manager and executive staff that were involved in this. So is this the proposal from the city manager?
Yes.
Right. Kind of listening to your comments on removing corruption, because it's kind of like, I get where it is, and I know we're not necessarily in line with other cities, and I can see this from both points of view. If you're going to run an organization, you like to be able to appoint your own team. That could apply to a department head as well. It's like the senior people underneath them, they would probably like to be able to pick their own folks and have them exempt from civil service for some of the same reasons. But I guess kind of the main question goes, other than the potential issue of time, if a department head is not performing, is not moving in the direction given by the city manager, or the speed with which the city manager is, I would think that would be a performance issue, and in the worst of all worlds, you could terminate them for them under the existing system.
In theory, and yes, I mean, I would say it is certainly something that is doable. But as you know, for example, under our civil service system, especially when it comes to performance, and the courts have looked at this too. We've had situations that I know you're aware of where we're required to provide what's called progressive discipline, meaning you have to give, the punishment has to fit the crime, number one, but also you have to give that employee opportunities to correct behavior. And I would submit that that's a little bit more challenging in the context of a city executive, to have to be able to have to make that finding. But yes, you're right. I mean, obviously, performance is and lack thereof is a basis for invoking the discipline provisions of our charter and our civil service rules. You're right.
Yeah, because I think one of the challenges is like, as you said, I know you can't discuss personnel issues, but when someone asks, hey, have we had examples of it? It would be nice to be able to put those on the table and be able to discuss, to be able to actually look at it and go, okay, you know, what's different if they had a contract versus a civil service system.
Sure.
And, you know, while cumbersome, because as I said, I see both sides of it, but kind of like when you say in theory, I also have the other part in theory of politics seeping into the world of everything else, because then in theory there should be a pretty hard line between the political element and your department heads, and we all know that does, you know, that because of the nature of the things that are being handled by department heads in the executive team, they involve policy directions for the city, and politics has a way to creep into that. Also, just kind of looking at kind of the trends of taking those jobs, because if you take one of the jobs as a department head, there are certain risks that come with that. And I'll pick on public safety because it's what I know best, and I will say I don't know the other side of the world, so someone else may have to educate me on the other side of the world. But hypothetically, if you choose to take that job before you're eligible for retirement, and you do something that gets you fired, you're out. And so, you know, and the do something, I mean, if it's misconduct, I don't have a problem with that. But I also can think of some situations where people might want to go in a direction that might not be legal. I kind of look at things going, it's like if a city manager gives you a direction and it is not illegal, immoral, or unethical, then you have an obligation to carry it out. If it is one of those that falls into that category, then you have an obligation to do something different, and especially in public safety. And I would like to make sure, especially there, that the people who sit in those positions feel comfortable enough to say no. And I will put it this way, that somebody who gave me some advice a long, long time ago, who's not part of this city, that says, if you take a job as a police chief, if you're going to go down in flames, go down in flames for the right reason. Because as I said, there in other cities, I know of situations where people have been asked to do something that they ought not have been asked to do, and I think they need to be in a position to be able to do that, and they need to be in a position to be able to stand up. And that's kind of where I have some hesitancy about removing civil service protections from some of them or all of them, because I want to make sure that folks also have, that the people that take those jobs also have the ability to do, if you will, the right thing under difficult circumstances. And I'll leave that there for
Chair, could I make a
consideration.
Comment?
Is
Just
it
quick.
direct response?
Mm-hmm. I think according to the staff report, one of the conditions for these changes would be that department heads still would have whistleblower protections.
I mean, that's the law, right? So
That's
Okay, but that's
statutory law.
Okay, but
Yeah.
that's my response to, would someone be able to do what's right rather than if they're requested to do something that's illegal?
I guess it's the difference between it's the difference between after fact remedy versus a
before the fact remedy.
a due
when you-
process.
And as I said, and I can look at that as people look at the pressures to make, the pressures sometimes to make decisions based on where your next paycheck is coming from, based and what you might need to do. And so that's what kind of weighs on me. The other part on the, I'll just call it sort of the non-interference section, I kind of like that section independent of everything else, because it reinforces what the council manager form of government is. But that's kind of it. So I'm sort of two minds on this, on that, and said I do have some concerns about removing it, and probably more so in public safety maybe than the others. But that's kind of where I am right now.
So currently, just Ms. Adams, I have just a couple of questions that are woven into my comments. So currently, the system is through civil service.
That's correct.
Okay. So then I'm going to spend my time asking you questions about at will so that I can understand what that process looks like. So they would not go before civil service. Do the current job positions of those department heads, there's job descriptions, and within those job descriptions, are there key performance indicators that are tied back to their performance in that role to the city? For example, the director of finance, is his key performance indicator tied into fiscally spearheading, being the department head on a budget?
So on the job descriptions for department heads, those expectations are laid out, not in the form specifically as a key performance indicator, but it does say it is expected that you be able to direct the activities of the finance department, the budgeting group, and all of the things that the leader of finance would be expected to do. So it's laid out in that format. When the city manager is giving the department head their annual review, he will indicate on a scale of 1 to 3 where you are meeting that expectation, if you are exceeding it, or if there is some room for improvement around 10 or 12 different key areas of your role. So you do get feedback in that regard on whether you need to pivot in a certain way. So that happens annually. But prior to that, all of us have check-ins with the city manager regularly where oral feedback is provided to us wherever necessary.
Yes, and I recognize when I'm asking you these very detailed questions, I recognize what my role is up here, and I'm not trying to get into operations, but in order to change language, I would have to be satisfied that the operations support. So for example, that there would be key performance indicators. In an at-will environment, there would be key performance indicators tied to the overall city budget or the annual, I believe there's an annual plan. I know the audit committee has a plan that they put forth to council, but all of those would be tied in together, combined with, while the city manager is the CEO of the department heads, as he should be, part of the key performance indicators are tied into the goals of council. And lastly, I would need to understand how they would be disciplined to even be thinking about, and again, I recognize what's before us is to say at will or civil service, but in order for me to even consider that, I would really have to understand what at will looks like, and those would be key indicators I would need in order to even consider language change. And those are my comments.
Thanks. Okay, so Mr. Garcia, on slide 9, the non-interference language. So that's language that currently doesn't exist in the charter?
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's good language. So in my mind, talk about bearing the lead. That's the lead of this story. That should be there. Politics shouldn't bleed into the operations of the city. Going on to slide 7, outdated, I get. You're basically saying we're misaligned with other cities, similar cities. They've made these changes, so that's right. That's essentially what that. Okay. Right. Reduced accountability. So is that presumably accountability? So the department head under the current civil service setup is less accountable to the city manager than otherwise?
And yes, to the extent that in addition to the city manager making that determination in his or her best estimation, having to go to a third body to get approval for that, which, by the way, under our rules and frankly under the rules pertaining to due process, the manager would have the burden before the Civil Service Commission to establish. So it's not even like they just can determine whether or not there was enough evidence to support. It's actually their burden. So that's a higher thing. So, and then I would say it reduces the city manager's accountability to the council.
In his ability or her ability to act expeditiously on a directive they gave.
Correct.
Perhaps.
Or overall philosophy on.
Okay. Well, I mean, sometimes that's a good thing. But in terms of management flexibility, I think that's another way of saying I can't fire you if you're not doing what I tell you to do.
I think it's a little bit broader than that, right? It's not to be able to make a change swiftly when it's clearly one is necessary.
Okay. Potential for misalignment of leadership goals. Again, same thing.
Yeah, I think that's the same
okay.
concept.
All right. Okay, great. On slide 8, protection from political interference. So, am I to understand that under the current civil service system, there is more protection for these department heads from political interference?
I think that's correct with the civil service. I mean, it's a given because you have that additional layer.
So, given that that's probably our primary or one of the primary objectives, if not number one, number two, changing this, we would potentially, to use Alan's term, Mr. Durham's term, allow political interference to bleed into those positions.
There's the potential. One is obviously when you have we've had a history of professionally trained city managers know that their role versus just being an employee of the city council, but know their role within the organization. And then two, you obviously have employment protections. They would probably presumably have maybe some type of employment agreement. And then again, they would have the ability to if you're going to have these other protections, such as taking the appointment and removal authority outside the charter as well, and then you have the non-interference provision. So it's a balance. You're going to have some additional protection if you add some of these other provisions.
Because the decision-making frame for me, again, I'll just share this and then I'll stop, is does this change balancing effectiveness, responsiveness? Does it make the position more or less susceptible to political pressure, interference, you name it? For me, that's the balance that has to be struck. But I think that's all the questions I had.
And the only thing I'll add is that if you look at the cities that were in the survey that have gone away from this, well-run cities, I'm sure I can't speak to all of them. I'm sure there's attempted political interference through them, but they have a good system. And I know specifically I can speak to Burbank and Pasadena because we know those people. And it runs well because the city manager ultimately is accountable to the city manager is accountable to the city council to make sure, and that person's going to make sure that they're only exercising. I mean, that's like the nuclear penalty. That's a nuclear option, right? To terminate a department head. That's the nuclear option. So city managers don't take it lightly.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, short of the nuclear option, let these guys go by. In terms of the day-to-day operations. So the nuclear option is the extreme, but the day-to-day operations and the ability or the likelihood or the frequency with which politics can get into how you issue building permits, how you provide public safety. For me, if that's sort of paramount. I think it's easier to objectively say whether building permits are being issued in a timely manner, or whether crime is being managed. Those are kind of objective-ish measures. But how do you measure? Is politics getting into it? So any change that moves us closer to the potential that politics can affect the work, I'm a little hesitant to to sign on to.
I have a few of my own questions. Let me try to figure out what my handwriting says. Regarding the current department heads, do they have individual employment agreements currently?
No.
Okay, so currently only the city manager and the city attorney have their own.
Yes.
Is it envisioned that if they were removed from the civil service protections, they would have their own individual employment agreements?
I think that's a likelihood, yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that a lot of protections from being fired arbitrarily could be negotiated as part of those agreements through severance packages?
Correct. I mean, there'd be.
I mean, that's a typical thing to put in.
Correct. And you know, obviously, it'd still be very clear that it would be an at-will
It's
employment
at
agreement.
will, but if you're fired without cause, there would be.
Yeah. And that would be a decision for the city council, how much to grant that.
Right. So the city manager could hire or fire who they wanted, but when they hire, the contract would still be subject to approval of the city council.
Well, the way, and I'll give you an example, like Burbank, I know, because they have a sort of standard employment agreement for their executives, but the amount of the severance, the council has to approve that.
Okay.
So, so it's there, and it's an appropriation. They need to appropriate funds. That's usually most charters require that anyway.
Yeah, it's the appropriation of the power
So,
of purse.
so that's how it works. But the employment agreement itself doesn't. Each one doesn't go to the council. They approve.
Okay.
They approve what the baseline is for the severance, and then it's sort of a standard agreement.
Okay. The non-interference clause, I've seen that language lots of times. It's in lots of municipal codes, so we don't have that even in the municipal code?
Do not.
Yeah, I just did a quick search and I couldn't find it. Like, okay. I just found it surprising. It should go regardless. How mechanically does the city currently handle the process of obtaining the council's approval to hire or dismiss a department head? Because they have to, does that happen in closed session or following a closed session discussion?
The hiring, we haven't done, yeah, I could speak to the hiring. It is done in closed session and then reported out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, we did have one many years ago before I started, but not too, right before I started, where it was done in public, and that's actually part of the sort of the accountability piece, because in that particular case, the council, a couple of council members did not want to approve the city manager's then appointment of a director, and you know, you can imagine how that went in public, and so that's kind of, you know, that's still people's
Problematic from the individual employees' rights.
Sure. But, you know, again, that's sort of if that had actually happened, then that employee who ended up serving 16 years as a department head for 2 different departments probably wouldn't have been here. He would have gone to go do something else.
Well, yeah, that was another of my questions is does that requirement of having the advice and consent of the council ever been an obstacle to hiring somebody or dismissing somebody?
I can't speak to the dismissal.
Not asking for individual cases.
Yeah,
I'm just asking,
I'll just say
is
generically,
that a tangible problem to the hiring and firing?
Again, I'll speak generically. It has impacted the decision from time to time.
I imagine you might not even get to a case where it becomes a known issue because somebody said, I'm just not going to apply for the position if they know they have to deal with that sort of thing. Which, my next question, the fact that the department heads are currently part of the civil service system, I originally formulated the question to say, has that ever made it a problem to hire somebody? But you outlined a situation where it would be because you've got an interim for 6 months or more and you want to get somebody in there. But I guess flipping the question a little more, is there a chance it could deter somebody from taking a job or seeking a job?
I don't know. What do you think, Paula?
Could being a part of the civil service system deter an applicant?
Yeah, I imagine it wouldn't. It's not a deterrent to somebody taking a job.
No, I think that oftentimes, especially those of us who come from the outside, we're pretty surprised we have civil service protection, and it is not a deterrent.
Okay. So it's perhaps an inducement.
Perhaps.
Did I pick the right word, Carl? Okay.
It's a
Did-
pl-
did
it's a
you
pl-
think it was an
It's a
inducement?
benefit- it's a
Okay.
benefit that-
It's a plus, for sure.
It's a plus for-
Yeah.
It's a
Um,
non-monetary plus.
Okay, those are the specific questions I wrote down. A lot of the other points have also been addressed, but this is not a question, it's more a comment, because we keep, there's a tension here between the concept of, deterring political interference, but also, I think, has been talked about having enough political accountability. And if we're saying that the council isn't to interfere, that's a good thing, because that's political interference. The problem is if the city manager can only act through their departments and they can't assert sufficient control over those high-level positions where they're not just, doing, necessary day-to-day tasks. They are managing personnel, but they're also setting policy goals and within their area of expertise. If they can't properly control, then it's hard to hold them accountable for the actions of the city manager's subordinates. If he can't or she can't fire or hire the people they want at that very highest level, then it interferes with political accountability. So, and I'm not saying there's necessarily, one has to win or the other, but it draws attention to me that this is a line drawing exercise. I mean, whenever you establish a civil service system, it's a line drawing exercise. At what point do you cut it off? Because you got to cut it off at some point. And so I guess to me, the question that we're faced with here is Glendale has defined that line, the civil service system, all the way up to just below the city manager. And is that necessary, proper? Might it be better to drop it down just one level at this point, so that the department heads can be more of a direct extension of the city manager? And I guess from my perspective, that city like Glendale it's not the biggest in terms of population, but in terms of its functions, there's so much going on. So the range of services provided so much broader than most cities, that the city manager has to operate through these department heads. And if you are stuck with a bad apple or two out of that list, it's really, I think, becomes a problematic, because it's not like the city manager can jump in there and do them themselves. These people have to be kind of the direct extension of the city manager. That's where I'm coming down. For that reason, I'm generally supportive of these changes. I kind of understand that there is a tradition in some places, but also just a real policy argument to be made for saying that, public safety is a little different because I think the standing of police chiefs in particular, their standing in the community is such that it's people look to them as a real leader in and of themselves. For better or for worse within the administration of the city, I mean, I think the argument could also be made that, they are a department head. They should be accountable to the city manager as well. But I also understand the history. As you say, we are kind of caught in the history and the tradition of things, and that treating particularly the chief of police, but also the fire chief, as having a measure of independence or dual accountability to the council has some merit. Sure.
Is this an all or nothing proposition? This is probably for Ms. Adams. In the sense of, could you leave the police and fire chiefs part of the civil service and remove the other department heads and make them at will? Or does it really have to be consistent across the board?
I don't think that it has to be consistent across the board. I think that the language can be written in a way, as directed by the committee.
Can I ask a question? This is kind of directed at John as the seeming representative of the city manager's office. Would the city manager be supportive or object to separating out the
fire chief and/or police chief?
I don't want to presume I know what the city manager's
Understood.
position is on this, but I will say that considering the fact that we'll be back here in January, continuing the conversation, I can certainly take an opportunity between now and then to kind of get a little bit more feedback, or invite him to attend himself and speak on his own behalf on this particularly sensitive topic.
Thank you. Yeah, if the city manager is not going to support, a change like that, I'd be hesitant, since the overall proposal is from the city manager. I'd be hesitant to support it. Rachel?
I have a comment to what you said minutes ago. So I understand that it's important to give city manager a lot of power and discretion to effectively run the city. And if, whatever department has does not align with what the city manager thinks, it makes hard for him to her to run the city. But at the same time, we could think of a scenario where something's wrong with the city manager, but the department has to comply with the city manager's will, because if we change the at will position, the head has to, do what the city manager wants, even though it's not right. So I think it goes both ways. So that in that sense, having some protection under civil service could make sense. Just counter thoughts. And other question that I have to some of the city staff, can any of you tell me how many times in the past the city council disapproved the city manager's recommendation to the head? That's my first question. Second question, how many department heads left involuntarily, like as far as you can tell?
Maybe I can just take a stab at that. On the first one, I'm going to ask you to repeat the second question in a moment. But on the first one, it's hard to say, because a lot of those conversations typically occur in closed session, and it's not necessarily information that's available to us. What I know, what Mike knows about the city, is because we've been in those closed sessions over a certain period of time. So I haven't been in there for 10 years. It would be hard for me to say if there was a recommendation that didn't gain traction and the city manager had to go in a different direction. What was the second question?
Hold on. So my first question is, how many times the city council disapproved the city manager's recommendation for the department head? And your answer is you don't know?
There's no way for us to know, because they're a public vote. I'm not aware. I'm not sure that Mike is aware. In my almost 4 years in the organization, Mike's 20 some odd years himself, we haven't seen a public vote where there was a disapproval of the city manager's recommendation in a public setting. But as Mike was explaining prior to this, oftentimes there's a lot of conversation that occurs in closed session, and whatever may have occurred there, maybe there was a recommendation from a city manager to a city council, and the majority of council weren't supportive of where the city manager wanted to go, would have caused that city manager to pivot and not even bother bringing that particular presentation or recommendation forward. Does that make sense?
So there's no reportable vote, so you never know.
That's in 5 words, yes.
Okay.
Right?
My second question is, as far as you know, how many department heads involuntarily left the city?
Again, in my time, there hasn't been an official termination of a department head. Now, I say that with a grain of salt. Could there be a situation where there were discussions between the city manager and that department head talking about how it's not working? There may have been some disagreements amongst them, maybe some direction, policy differences, whatever the issue may be. And that department had voluntarily decided to seek employment elsewhere, which means it was probably a long, drawn-out 6, 12, 18-month process. I'm sure that's happened once or twice in my time, but it's not something that, again, is publicly reported. It's hard to say.
Thank you.
I suppose by the very nature of the civil service protections and the nature of the positions, it's always going to be kind of sub rosa,
Yeah,
what's going on.
I think the best way to answer the question very directly and factually is we haven't had any department heads before the city civil service commission for these particular purposes, for the purposes of a termination. But a department head, again, may have just decided to seek employment elsewhere for a variety of reasons. But not as a matter of, if you don't do this, I'm going to fire you. That's not something.
Is it possible because the department head, if they go through the civil service process, I don't know how public that actually is at the disciplinary process?
No, it's private
all
unless
private.
the department head or the employee, I shouldn't say that, any employee can ask that their civil service hearing be in public.
Right.
But otherwise, it's in private.
I have a thought. Given that we don't have the non-interference language in the charter or anywhere for that matter, perhaps there's a case to be made that because, absent this language, you have department heads who are maybe being unduly influenced, right? So they're not responsive to the city manager, and perhaps they're being influenced because someone's walking over to their office and saying, yeah, I'd really like you to take a look at this or do this or take a look at that. So I would just put that out there as a thought. And I agree with you, Chair, that needs to be in there. And then, no, I'll save that one for later. I think I want to give that some more thought.
What you said is a good point, because it occurs to me that the combination of a civil service and a lack of a non-interference clause,
you don't.
It actually removes, again, accountability from the city manager and potentially allows, a less than a majority of the city council to be directing a staff person who doesn't have as much worry about being fired by the city manager because of the civil service protection.
Right.
So in that way, it's actually short-circuiting the democratic representation that we vote for, because less than the city council can only operate as a whole. One or two members of the city council can't go around, shouldn't be able to go around the city manager
Correct.
to a protected civil service department head and circumvent the city manager.
Correct. And see, people say we don't agree. I agree with you. And I know. I said people, not you. And the other thing, just to bring, because we're at 50,000 feet now. You bring it down to as close to ground level as possible. Let's assume you're in a world where you have this non-interference provision there, and then you have somebody in library, arts, and culture. Let's not make it, public safety, because I think that's very different. A librarian who isn't doing or the head of that who isn't doing a job. I mean, you would think that, given even within the restrictions, because that's essentially what we're being told, the restrictions of the civil service protections, it's difficult to objectively correct someone's job performance at a department level head unless I have the ability to make an executive decision at will and terminate someone. I have a hard time coming to that conclusion. I do come to an easier conclusion that perhaps management just needs to manage better. Perhaps management has to have clearer objectives that can be easily identified and say, look, librarian or head of libraries, arts, and culture, you're not doing enough of making sure people can come into the library, or you're not operating within your budgets, or you have books on here that whatever, I don't know. I mean, that's just management. It's just a will to manage. So up here when we're talking in theory, get rid of the civil service protection and it'll all be great. I mean, how? Other than at the extreme. At the extreme, yeah, I can see that. Someone's having parties in the office and you want to can them without having to go through a bunch of steps. Okay, that makes sense to me. But outside of the extremes, I think it falls short.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is you spoke to themes of performance, and so I guess what I want to understand is before us tonight is if you think this group is not even going to entertain the language of at will, then I'll pause. But if we are going to entertain the language, then I would like to know if the city manager would consider coming before us and telling us his position. And I would like to hear what performance standards could look like, because there is a way to innovate here. It isn't unusual for heads of departments, even within a city government, taking out fire and police, to be in a situation like this and then to be managing based on their performance, and their performance would bubble up to the city manager, and that would be their performance, and that performance council can use that. So there's very objective ways to put things around this that really moves For example, I know you gave a very straightforward one, and I don't know anything about building and safety. Sorry to call him out. He or she is probably a great person.
I'm happy to talk to them.
Okay. Whatever there's people in their lives that love them, so we'll start there from the positive. But their performance would be measured based on if there's X number of building permits and there's satisfaction from the public. I mean, there's very clear ways to write in performance. So where I'm going is, Chair, if you think that this group isn't going there and we aren't going to have those discussions, there's no need for me to call out what I'd like to see in January. If we are still considering it, be great to have the city manager, be great to hear about models that include at-will heads of department.
Let me just add one thing, because if I may. So the city manager is hired by the city council, and I'm not a city manager, but that sure seems like it's susceptible to politics, because your bosses, their whole job is politics, right? So, to make the one level below the city manager, to take this protection, as Alan pointed out, away from them, presumably, and I think slide 7 says it itself, that level will then be increasingly more likely, very plausible, susceptible to that same issue. So again, I'm having it, help me understand how it makes it that much better outside of the extreme where you want to immediately remove somebody.
I'm not, you asked a question, I'm not defending the position. Let me explain what the argument might be, because that's part of what I do. When what you're calling political interference, I say can be very easily called political accountability. Yes, the city manager's position is inherently political because they are hired by a politically elected body. I don't think I think it's a matter of degree, not a matter of any sort of a substantial difference in kind, to say that same level of accountability, pushing it down one tier below that, is destructive when those people are really just extensions of the city manager's vision for the city. And one of the things that allowing the city manager more control over those department heads, over that one extra layer, is allows them to enact change faster. And one thing we hear more and more, not just in Glendale, but in lots of places, is that, it doesn't matter who I vote for, nothing changes. And I'm not saying that's the fault of city staff or the department heads, but, the more checks you put on the process, and you're just going to slow things down. So if the city manager gets direction from the politically elected members of the city council that we want to go in this direction, the city manager says, yes, I want to do this. I need the team that can do this. It's not the team I have right now.
I need a couple new people in these key positions, and I need to be able to move that way quickly. And it's not because that person is robbing the till or doing anything wrong. It's just that they're not the right person for the direction where we're going to go now. And if the city manager doesn't have the ability, he can't just jump in and do the job himself. He's got to act through these department heads. So that's the argument in favor of giving the city manager, who is, yes, answerable to politically elected representatives of us, more control and to act more quickly through the people that he has to act through to do what he's hired to do, which is manage the city as directed by the city council. That's the argument.
So I know you're just sort of making the argument. So would that also mean that if you hire a
That's what
new,
Brian told me.
yeah. So if you just playing it out playing it out a little bit here. So if you have a new city manager come in and decides that they want a new team, they change all the executives,
And if
terminate contracts, and
if that's a bad decision, then the city manager is
I- I'm-
answerable to the council.
I'm just looking through it because I'm listening to Paul talk a little bit here.
The city
also.
manager, sorry, Carl, cut you off, but the city manager is answerable to the council, and the council is evaluating them, perhaps, maybe, in a context that involves whether they're going to get elected next election versus what's better to just run a city. There's something to be said about keeping the lights on, keeping the streets safe, keeping everything clean, allowing people to, build something in a reasonable, just the basic stuff, and not having, government shouldn't be required to turn on a dime. I think most of the people want some level of stability, and when I heard you describe your scenario, what came to mind was somebody comes in, has a new idea, and then just wholesale changes everything just because, and then it changes again, so.
I'm not voting necessarily in favor of that, but
No,
somebody who would do that.
It's kind of like the spoil-
my argument is it's the idea. It's not the this none of this is personal to anyone. This is just we're wrestling with ideas and trying to come up with some better ones.
I find that scenario difficult to anticipate because let's not forget our form of city council manager government is the city manager is responsible for implementing policy of council. That is their job. If they don't do it, the city council can remove them. No city manager is going to come in to a city and do whatever he or she thinks is right or wants to do or change what they want to change without direction from the city council. It just isn't going to happen. And if the public wants change, then they elect different council members who will then, set a change in policy. But I think to act as if the city manager is an independent, appointment from the city council who's going to do whatever he or she wants to do, it isn't going to happen because they'll be terminated by the council. I mean, that is not the way our form of government works. The city council is at the top.
My only point to tag on to that is that if the city manager can't, personnel is policy, is a saying in many circumstances. And if you can't get the personnel you want to execute the direction you're given, we're not talking about cleaning house at all levels of the civil service, just the department heads. And I'm not even saying we're cleaning house, just,
And that's
you can't.
I would like to interrupt too, because I haven't been able to talk.
Oh, please. I'm tired of myself.
All right. Presently, our department heads report to our city manager, but they are also reporting to our city council. City council has been able to approach people and say, hey, can you look into cleaning up that alley? and they don't necessarily always go to the head of the department. By making this change, the heads of department would not necessarily have to listen to the city council. They could then say, well, I have to listen to my boss, which is the city manager. And the city manager couldn't come in, even if these were at-will employees, and fire them because they're all going to have contracts. So it is, going along with Alan in that it isn't going to happen that way. We're going to have checks and balances. And so I do think that, the idea of having the CEO, city manager, manage and have the city council board of directors over the CEO is the way we should be going.
Could I make a comment? Because I watch or attend every city council meeting and have for the last 3 years. I really haven't experienced what you were saying exactly, which is when a member of the public comes up and says, oh, they're speeding on my street or the garbage isn't collected, typically the council will ask the city manager to look into it, and the city manager will respond, I'll follow up with the department head. I don't think I've ever seen city council or a council person ever direct staff in a department, or necessarily a department head, but certainly not staff, to take care of an issue. They basically throw it back to the city manager, who then goes to his department heads.
If I could just add on that piece, I mean, the idea with the non-interference provision is obviously not to change sort of the working relationships that department heads have with city council. It's, as noted, to prevent like direct interference. In fact, there's even a case involving the city of Santa Monica, published case that talks about you can use that. It still allows council members to ask department heads questions and ask for information. But they literally can't provide direct orders to the department heads without going to the city manager first. And so that whole thing is not intended to necessarily prevent a council member from calling a department and making an inquiry. It is intended, though, to make it clear under our system that the council members cannot provide direction to the department heads.
I'm going to have to read the case. One of the questions I had about non-interference clause was, how is it enforced?
Yeah.
I mean.
Because we don't have the provision in the code that the last couple of city manager contracts have had a provision saying that, and it says what I just said, that it's intended to sort of allow council members to do what they do, which is to reach out to department heads where necessary for constituents, but not provide direct orders or on policy and those sorts of things. Like anything else, if it's in the charter or in the code, it's enforceable as a law. But again, what the court said in that Santa Monica case was, well, you really have to have an egregious violation to really enforce it in that regard. But it is sort of there for everybody to be aware of.
Please.
In Glendale, is the city manager appointed, or is it a hiring process?
Well,
Can other
there's
people
usually a
apply?
process, but it involves the city council, and they're appointed by the city council. But
I mean, can outside people apply, or does it have to be Glendale employees?
oh, it's open to anybody who's qualified.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, a council could decide we're only going to look for internal people this time. They could do that, but in the time I've been here, I'm the fourth city manager, they haven't done that.
They could also do a direct appointment.
Yeah.
Without a formal process of anybody else applying for that particular position.
What's the trend in Glendale?
The last 4, we've had the process. There have been promotions, right? Ms. Beers was promoted, Mr. Galani was promoted, but we had a process, and we had a recruitment firm that helped cull the candidates down. Then the council interviewed those candidates, selected on a couple of finalists, and then ultimately made their choice.
Okay. My concern is just council gets to know these people for a very long time. So appointing them kind of gives the city manager loyalty, I guess, to the council. So removing a protection from the heads of departments, for me, is a concern. unless for sure, like, it's not just a appointed position. If it's open to everyone and they go through the same process as any other employee. And then the other comment I had was if we change the way things are, I think fire and police should be in that pool. We shouldn't separate them because perhaps, yeah, they do public safety things, but that person could do things incorrectly internally as well. So they should be held accountable the same way as other people are. Yeah, that was it.
Is the concern that the civil service system unduly, I guess protect is the wrong word, unduly reduces accountability, causes less management flexibility? Is it because I'm having trouble saying, okay, at this level, there's potential for misalignment, but you going all the way, going down, it's all okay. But over here we want to apply it, but over here we don't. Over here where the people come in face to face with the public, first line of contact at the building department, at the library, at the whatever, I can't hold them accountable, but I want to hold the department head accountable. I'm not looking for you to answer that, but that's just my thought. It's either this rationale works at, to some degree at this level and then also works at that level, or it doesn't work. It doesn't seem like it's being consistently applied.
I think the only thing I would make to address that is, the city has decided, like most cities, to divide itself up into departments based on the organizational function of those departments, and put the city manager in charge of those department heads. And that city manager is only going to have the span of control is only going to be so much, right? You can't. If you have 35 direct reports, it becomes very difficult, I think.
Yep.
And so that's I guess that would be the theory that there's that distinction for the people that he or she is directly responsible for, and has been given an operation to run that involves not just the actual operation, but then dealing with the community and dealing with any legal issues and have that sort of, they're running their own. Some of these departments, as I've noted, are larger than other cities' workforces, and so you're basically giving that. The proposal is allowing the city manager, when he or she needs to move in a different direction, when it's not necessarily somebody who's a poor performer but not good enough. With the expectation is exceptional for department heads, and that sometimes that can be a challenging burden in the civil service context.
So that's interesting. So then that presumably that means that the civil service context can prevent exceptional performance?
I wouldn't say that either. I would just say it's again in the context of having to go through a disciplinary process in civil service. It's a burden. It's a layer. I would say.
I mean,
I'll
give this some more thought, and I appreciate that there's some nuance to this. Part of the nuance that I want to think about is I have a hard time believing that the head of Glendale Water and Power, their job and the scope and the detail and the breadth of knowledge that their job requires, and perhaps the level of protections they require, is the same as library, arts and culture, police department. It's just, I need to give it some more thought, but I don't, my instincts are telling me one size fits all is probably the wrong approach. And this is going to be a fun one to think about.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I don't know if any of the members of the associations wanted to speak on this particular topic.
I was going to open up for public comment
All right.
generally,
All right.
but let's hear from Rachel first.
Yeah, just have a quick question. Do you think there is a value for cities to try to ask city employees, like rank and file employees, what their thoughts about this change? Because I work at a state department, it's gigantic bureaucracy, and if somebody asks me what are your thoughts about changing this system, and I have some thoughts. And then, as a rank and file employee, who's gonna be my department head's gonna affect my job. So maybe asking the actual employees gonna work under the head, asking their opinions may help us to guide, what is a better choice for the city.
That's a good point, and I think that the city attorney's reference to the employee associations who represent the rank and file and speak on their behalf probably is the most expeditious and appropriate way to maybe get that information to this body.
Yeah.
So with that transition, if any public comment,
No, there are no comments.
anybody want to step up to the mic?
Don't look at your watch. It's an early night for some of us.
Oh, it's been a long day, sir. So a couple things. The bargaining groups are kind of one mind on this, and I'm going to say I agree with a whole lot of what's been said. I sat here thinking about what I would say if I got a chance to speak, but then listening to the discussion has kind of given me a lot more information. I also want to say that anything I say is not meant to be directed at our current sitting city council or our current city manager. But like we said, these concerns could be things going forward when city managers change and city councils change. We're thinking about long-term effects. I want city department heads who are accountable, who use their expertise and their knowledge to do good things for the city, right? I agree with that. I want them to be held accountable. If they're the wrong people, I want there to be a mechanism to move them out of the organization. We also want them to be able to be candid and to push back when it's necessary and to do the right things for their departments. And you're correct. We don't represent them. They're not our members, but all the people they manage and supervise are our members. And it does affect those people. I think that taking away some of those protections does create the possibility of more political interference. And like I said, they're not concerns I have with Mr. Galanian or the sitting city council, but the department heads answer to the city manager, who answers to the city council. And there is potential there for that to bleed through, like you said. I want the police chief, I want the head of HR to make the right decisions based on their expertise for our people. And I want there to be a layer of protection for them to do that. So that's just our opinion, our feelings. I agree with a lot of what's been said, and our members do, and the other representatives do. But as a group, we would be against removing civil service protections for department heads as a whole. Not just the carve out for police and fire, but all of our department heads do jobs I know nothing about. I want them to have the protections to do those things correctly. And if they're the wrong people, there should be a mechanism to move them out the door, but it needs to be consistent. And that would be our take on things.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay. So it's back to us. I'm not hearing that we're anywhere near a decision on this. Are you? Oh, yeah, I agree. Oh, you? Wait, I thought you said you never agree with me.
It does seem,
No, I said people say I never agree with you. I agree with you all the time.
it does seem, though, that you have more consensus on the non-interference clause.
I think that's right. It sounds like we're just going to carry this over to January, although I don't think, in that case, I'm not hearing that we really need to hear more from the bargaining groups unless if your colleagues want to come forward and either amplify what you said or state a different opinion, they're certainly welcome to do so. And perhaps the public might be awake when we get to the issue next time, so they may join us on the topic. Again, I'll ask that we sharpen our own opinions between now and January.
Could I just ask, January, have we figured out a date yet?
It was set, I forget, I think it was pushed a week.
The 8th is pushed 1 week.
Okay. Yeah, just so that everybody out there at home watching, you know, if we can get everybody's opinions early, so that we can give it the proper thought and consideration.
All right, so
Are we asking any comments from the city manager, or was that not something where there was consensus?
is it a sense of the committee that they would like to ask the city manager to address the question to us in person next month?
I think if we're going to invite the city manager, we should invite the department heads as well.
Is this memo not the opinion of the city manager pretty clearly?
Excellent question.
It was written by staff, but it's his opinion. So like he said, if you invite him, he'll come.
Probably wouldn't have let it go out if he didn't agree with it.
Correct.
My point being, I don't think he's going to add a lot, just beyond what's in here.
I tend to agree. City manager tends to act and speak through other people, which is kind of my point. Annie?
Can I make a suggestion? We use a lot of big words today, and I don't know if everyone in the public understands what we're talking about. If we are going to use the big words, can we do like a definition, an easy understanding definition? Thanks.
Okay.
So this is the memo?
No.
No.
The staff report. That was in the
What I was
packet.
asking. Okay. So this memo that I've highlighted. Okay, so this is the input of the city manager. This
He
one at the
reviewed
back.
it and had
Okay,
input,
I
yes.
got it. I've read it. Okay. I could get away with using this if we had to.
That would be
Yeah.
enough? I mean, obviously, I think any of us could submit our own questions to the city manager. Would you please tell him he has an open invitation?
Well, I guess
certainly
what
will.
I'm,
Pass that along.
I guess, I guess what one of the questions that came up as we had this exhaustive discussion is, what was the problem statement, how this got on our agenda to begin with? How did this get here before the charter? Yeah, John, that'd be great.
I'm not sure that I'm the right person to ask, but I think that this is directly in line with the concept of modernization. And when you're talking about modernization of civil service, you look around and you see how is it done in other places. Glendale is a little bit unique, I think, just based on its history, the length of time that we've been in the civil service system, and the fact that there's few cities that share this system still, but there are still a few that do. We are a bit more complex than most smaller cities in the area, a full-service city. You know, public safety being a complex operation, prone with challenges, as was described earlier. I think that that can also extend to some of the more complex departments in the organization, with your water utility, your power utility, your public works department that oversees a number of different disciplines across the community. So when we look at where we are, where civil service or where this particular topic across the board is with other cities, it seemed like this was a pertinent opportunity to ask whether there was a desire to change the way we've done business all these years.
So, I think that's everything on that topic for this month, which brings us to the ever enigmatic item number 7, reports-information.
No additional.
Hasn't. Okay. Future agendas. Pursuant to a motion from a previous meeting, we are not moving on to any other topics till we are done with the civil service. So if anybody would like to change that, we would have to put that on a future agenda. But that's where we stand for now on future agendas. Which brings us to adjournment. Before we adjourn, though, I just want to wish everybody happy holidays and a very happy new year. And thank you to everybody who's here and still watching. And I hope everybody enjoys themselves and comes back refreshed with very sharp opinions about what to do on these issues come January. That adjourned.